And it's all about the perspective. I feel like I would much rather look at the glass half full than half empty.
Or as you said, all the eggs in your basket.
There we go.
Right. And that's why we say Han Solo is not that bad.
He's not Team
We say
Han Solo, okay?
Hans Solo.
I'll be honest, I thought it was Hans too.
Thank you.
Just saying.
Thank you.
Just saying.
Eric's the real Star Wars fan, and he would be like, okay, what? Yes.
Listen, we hope you have a terrific weekend out there. It is going to be hot. Wear the sunscreen and come back and join us on Monday. And join these two this weekend.
Yeah, we'll be here on Saturday.
Have a great Friday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
And that means that they have a convenient way to access health care when they need it. And this project, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, we did groundbreaking for New York, it wasn't New York Manor, New York Ave Apartments. That was 84 units. So when people are saying there's an affordable housing issue, there is, but we are chipping away at it with the help from this staff and federal funding and state funding to get affordable housing under control. There's a lot of other things we need to do, and I hope to get those done and leverage the state to get some things done to make affordable housing easier to get into here in Volusia County. Bristol Manor is the third of 4 projects we've broken ground on this year, showing steady progress to restore housing options in our city. Through Transform 386, the county is utilizing federal funding to support projects like this. Projects like this do not happen without the collaboration between us, the City of Orange City, and the Wendover Housing Partners. And I appreciate you all supported the city and Wendover support as well to make something like this happen. We're looking ahead to the day when they'll be able to call, all our senior citizens will be able to call Bristol Manor home. And until then, we'll continue to find opportunities for affordable housing where we can find them. I'd like to thank everybody for coming here today and celebrating the groundbreaking. And as a side note, I'll be the one behind that pile of dirt. You'll just see my head and a shovel when it comes time. I hope we don't have to move that all today. Thank you very much.
All right, Vice Mayor Grimm.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today as we celebrate the groundbreaking of Bristol Manor, an important and meaningful project for Orange City. Bristol Manor, 80 age-restricted affordable housing units for residents 55 and older, including 40 one-bedroom units, 40 two-bedroom units, is a welcomed addition to Orange City as we continue to grow. This project will help ensure that residents at every stage of life have access to safe, comfortable, and attainable housing. I want to take a moment to recognize the partners who made this possible. This project was supported in part by Volusia County's Transform 386 initiative, representatives, the 3rd and 4th affordable housing project to come to Orange City. I'd also like to thank the developers, investors, our city staff, community stakeholders, and Wendover housing partners who are managing the project. Thank you all for your collaboration and vision. To the future residents of Bristol Manor, while their homes are not yet built, today marks the beginning of something special. We look forward to welcoming new residents and ensuring they feel right at home here in Orange City. Thank you.
All right, Joe Ruiz.
Good morning, everybody. Joe Ruiz, Development Services Director of the City of Orange City. Truly, I want to say by stating a quote, I want to start by stating a quote. There's a quote, Ryan, that says, success is not the absence of failure, but it's the perseverance through failure, right? And truly, when we look at a project like Bristol Manor, we see groundbreakings occur, we see action moving, and we see permitting happening. But what we don't get to see sometimes is the process to get to this. And this process here has been, I want to say, over 4 years worth of application process that we've been working with Wendover Group on trying to accomplish this, to get to this very moment in time where we can actually celebrate a 55 and up age-restricted community that really diversifies and gives further options to our residents, to future residents that come into the city. So it really is a great accomplishment. Ryan came into the city working with one city manager and one planning director. Since the city manager has retired, the planning director retired, and Becky, like I told Ryan earlier, does say hi. She was not able to be here, but I did make sure to invite her because this took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get to this moment. But truly, our city, our staff, our administration is looking to continue to advance our city, to give continued options, as Councilmember Johansson was saying, to diversify, right, the living opportunities that are given. And you did say something about a 55-year-old being able to spend 3 hours in Home Depot. I'm 35, and sometimes I spend about 3 hours in Home Depot. So it's a great place to shop. But truly, when we look at what our city has been able to accomplish, what the southwest region of the county has been able to accomplish, with the services that we're able to provide, this mixed-use area really gives a lens to being able to live, work, play, and be part of an area that has many services, that can have diverse housing, and just really serve our residents well, serve our neighboring cities well. So we continue to work with you, Ryan, to continue to finish this project out. And we thank everybody for celebrating this. And truly, this will be, we believe, a catalyst to opening up our Duck Lake area, and creating a hub along I-4 to continue furthering mixed use as the city has planned it for many years. So congratulations, and thank you to everyone that's here today. This truly is a celebration that should be honored.
Before I bring our last speaker up, I just want to acknowledge Will Roberts back in the back, our tax collector with Volusia County. Thanks for being out here today. And so finally, Ryan Von Weller, Chief Operating Officer of Wendover Housing Partners.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. And Joe, hopefully I didn't make those people quit. You know, sometimes I feel like I might have, but yeah, it was quite an adventure. So this project, as he mentioned, was actually funded, right, coming out of COVID. Wait for my contractor's truck to move here. But going back 3 or 4 years, things became very challenging in our industry. So the allocation we received of 9% tax credits was not enough to get this project built and funded. And so Transform 386 with the CDBG DR monies, although those came at the cost of a hurricane, those dollars really filled the gap for this project and made it possible. Without that, we would not be here today, so thank you all for that. And a big thanks, obviously, to city staff. You know, we had a lot of work to do here with a very large site with very specific needs. And as Joe mentioned, this will be hopefully a catalyst to expand and open up a lot more development coming through here into Orange City. So we worked hard, our contractor VCC, our engineers at Avcon. We bought this land from the Ford family, who most of you guys probably know. So, you know, it's been a really great partnership between all the different parties. But it's been just a real pleasure to work here in Orange City and in Volusia County. We work all over the state of Florida, and we hope to do a lot more here in this region, and particularly in the county. So I look forward to working with you all further. This will be a great project for the needs that we have here in Central Florida. I think we all are aware that the affordable housing need here is increasing. We are actually last in the country in providing affordable housing as a region. So even though these projects aren't huge, 80 units does make a dent, and we just keep pushing forward and moving the ball as best we can. So I appreciate all of you guys being here and celebrating this development, and we'll get it done here and very soon as we can, and open the doors, and hope to see you all at the ribbon cutting. So thank you all very much. Pleasure, and we'll talk soon.
comments on this action item? Mr. Foganoli.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox
First
Local.
part of the motion is to remove, let me say it verbatim, that way I don't get it wrong. The first part of the motion is to remove lower division sociology courses as a general education course option. The second part of the motion is to delegate the authority to the commissioner to approve the revised institution list once he receives them. Any other questions?
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Commissioner, you stated that the classes would be counting at the SUS.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
For how long?
So if it's already completed, it will be grandfathered in, as I understand it. I mean, Kathy, you can correct me, but nobody is going to lose out on a class that they already have taken, and they will receive the full credit for that. So even if, you know, it was somebody who took it 10 years ago or just last week, I mean, it's still going to be honored for this semester.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Board members, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Chancellor Hebda. Let's return now to action item 5. All right, I'd like to bring back Senior Chancellor Burns for an overview of the amendment to Rule 6A-1.0019. Senior Chancellor Burns, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present proposed changes to our threat management rule, which is on the agenda for the State Board today. So you heard the Commissioner talk about this in his report, but I also want to make sure that I reiterate that Florida here, we actually lead the nation in school safety, and also we lead the nation in school-based threat management, really thanks to the continued leadership of Governor DeSantis, who has certainly prioritized school safety for all students across the state of Florida. So in 2023, the Office of Safe Schools began developing a statewide behavioral threat management process. They also began to develop a Florida-specific behavioral threat management instrument, and then they also started working on a threat management portal that all our schools and districts would use. And so the proposed rule amendments today that we are bringing before the board, they reflect stakeholder feedback and staff feedback as we have rolled out the threat management portal. And so this past year, working with our districts, we certainly got some feedback from them on how to continue to make sure that we lead the nation in school safety. And so what you'll see are those amendments that we are proposing in the rule today. So with the proposed amendments, the changes in today's rules, in the rule will really allow and assist districts as they continue to focus on school safety across all of their schools. So there's specifically what I want to do is tell you what we're proposing in the rule amendments today. So the threat management process, one of the things that we want to do is to change and really update the threat management process to now require an interim student support management plan for any student that's referred to the full school-based threat management team. Prior to this year, that was optional, but this change will enhance school safety by requiring every student who's referred to the full team to actually have that student support monitoring plan actually be in place. In addition, the proposed language also emphasizes that our school-based threat management team members, that they collaborate with the ESC team during the threat management process when the student is identified as having an IEP, an individualized education plan, or if the student has a 504 plan as well. The rule amendments also clarify some of the training requirements. They really outline what those training requirements are for certain members of the threat management process. And so we really wanted to make sure that we were clear and specified for our school-based threat management teams. We want to make sure that we outline those training requirements for our district threat management teams, for our district threat management coordinators, and then also for our Florida model trainers. We wanted to make sure that we were explicit about the training requirements and what they would need as part of this rule. And then finally, to simplify the implementation of the threat management portal, which our school districts have been using, the amendment consolidates 8 different forms that we had into one document that's actually incorporated into this rule. And so with that, Chair, I'm confident that the amendments to today's rule will continue to ensure that Florida will lead the nation in school safety, and we will assist schools and districts in continuing to implement a high quality and a highly effective threat management process. And so, Chair, that concludes my update and the proposed amendments, and I'm happy to answer questions from you or other board members.
Okay, so board members, as is the custom, I'll take a motion and a second, and then we'll have an opportunity for public comment and questions. So can I get a motion to approve the amendment to Rule 6A-1.0019? Motion and a second. Okay, we've got 2 public comment cards, Dr. Burns, and then we'll have you back up probably for some questions and comment. First comment is from, and I apologize, Cynthia Odierna. Miss Odierna, you're recognized.
So I'm a recently retired, 32 years plus in Collier County Public Schools as a secondary teacher. And you know, what I don't hear a lot is talking about school board and the DOE getting on board about trying to get more sensible gun laws. What is being done to observe and to change the way people get their hands on guns? You know, there are a lot of grants out there, but I also know that sometimes the state doesn't take money when they feel they're ideologically opposed, like, for example, Medicare money or Medicaid money has been turned down by politicians in the past. So I want to know that everybody is availing themselves of the many, many grants for school safety. I'll finish by saying the counselors don't counsel much anymore. They're just schedulers. So I mean, this is a really silly lack of time that I get to talk about this because I prepared a lot. But I must say that I want to see, we as adults and parents, this is on our watch, and we have to keep our kids safe. And throwing a textbook at somebody with an AK-47, or in Uvalde, for example, AK-47s, the cops were too afraid to even go in there because they had a pistol. So you can train up the gazoo, but we need to do common sense, concrete things for our children. Thank you.
Ms. Damaris Allen. Once again, Ms. Allen, I will commend you. I know I've done this before. I'm going to commend you on your penmanship. It looks like you typed it. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you I just have a clarifying question. I don't really have a statement. I'm unclear on where Schools of Hope co-located charter schools fall in this rule. Are they subject to this rule as well? And if not, can that be fixed? Because I think that's really important that they're on the same page if they're in the same building. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Burns? Just a question for my sake. Tell me about threat management and Schools of Hope, what you know about it, please.
Thank you, Chair. So Schools of Hope will be just like any other school, right? And so they will be required to have a safe school officer. I think when we go back and look at the language in the School of Hope rule, there's an opportunity for the School of Hope operator and the school district to work together on that to ensure. But let me be clear that Schools of Hope, like all of our other schools, will be responsible for school safety and will continue to make sure that all of their students are safe in that school building as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Board members, questions or comments on this?
I do have a question.
Ms. Collins?
So when this came up, I did have several questions because anytime I think we're going to track and model this, you have to look at a multitude of factors. If someone's a threat, safety has to come first. But when we started discussing our students with 504s and IEPs, anyone that's had a child or been around a child that could be on the spectrum or another disability, you have to have the ability to manage things like scripting. So an autistic child could script, they could repeat things. And I'm just saying this because I want everyone to know what I learned. They could repeat things that could be a movie line, but that's their go-to line because they're struggling with that. It's a developmental issue. And what I was reassured of is that because they do have this collaboration with the ESC team, all of that would be factored. So anything like that. But when you were just presenting, I do have a question because it said all IEPs and 504s, they would collaborate with the ESC team if something was brought up. But what about, there are students with 504s that do not have much interaction with the ESC team at all. So there would be no background knowledge of that student.
Dr. Burns, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for that question, Board Member Collins. So the way the process works, the way the threat management process works is there have to be at least what we call our core 4 team members that must be a part of the threat management process. But then in addition to that, those teams can grow and we can add individuals. It's really important through the threat management process that there are individuals at the table who actually know that child. So there are individuals that actually know that child, that work with that child, that also can be added to that core 4 group of team members, and so there are folks that are there with that. Students who have an IEP, we would certainly want the threat management team to work with the special education team members, or those students who have a 504. Many districts have what we call a 504 coordinator, and so we could potentially add those folks to the threat management process as well. So I assure you there will be individuals who know that child represented on the team.
Thank you. Just because I know a lot of people have these same questions, my reasoning was if someone's a threat, it doesn't matter what other factors are there. The threat has to be neutralized and managed, hands down. I'm a counter intel person by trade, but I'm also the mom of a child on the spectrum, so I understand the scripting and some of those things that they're just repeating, or it's a nervous habit to say certain things. And I was assured that there would always be a process that would identify a manifestation of disability and separate that from true threat or truly intentional words or actions. Correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Again, there's individuals who know that child that are on there, and so they will run through the entire threat management process with that child.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Burns, you said it very well, but let me add some commentary to this too, Board Member Collins, because I think it's important. So a couple of things. So this is, we're 8 years on from Parkland. Threat management was implemented immediately after Parkland. We picked a model put forward by the University of Virginia as our first threat management model. That was inflexible for what we needed here in the state of Florida. We subsequently worked with the United States Secret Service, the Office of Safe Schools, to put together now what we have, the Florida Threat Management Model, which, as I go around the country speaking on and talking about prevention of violence in schools, this is by far, there isn't another state that has a threat management model as advanced as ours is. And for every year subsequent to Parkland, we've had revisions to state law to improve what we're doing, not the least of which was improving the model that we have here. So to your point, the goal of threat management, right? Remember, we're trying to prevent violence, right? So our hope and our desire and our practical experience over the last 8 years has been that we've caught a number of these activities in that early, in an early time or an early phase where it is about management, not consequences, right?
Right.
And so in the spirit of that, and making sure that that there's somebody on that threat management team that knows that student. For students that are not on a 504 or an IEP, that typically is a teacher that is brought in that knows that student, that can speak to whether or not that student has had any changes in behavior or academic performance, or if they've seen anything. The goal is to understand the background of that student and make accommodations for whatever the issue is. And if it is they're reciting a movie, a line from a movie that they've seen as the example you give, that threat management team needs to take that into consideration and account for that and understand that that's not really a threat per se from that student. So your concerns are obviously well warranted, but also I'm just excited that we have our own model and our ability to make these kinds of adjustments when we see something that can be made better, right? Because the whole goal is just to stop it before it starts, right?
Thank you, Chair Petty. And I wanted to bring those questions up just because I'm very proud of what you've done along with the other members that have participated with our state. But I know other parents have these questions, and I wanted everyone to know that this was a discussion that was had, and we're very blessed to have people with this much knowledge and dedication to protecting all of our students. And the fact that this is addressed every year is phenomenal because we learn every year. And what we've done now, because of the work of Chair Petty and others, is when it's identified, there's help for that student to help modify that behavior. Because that not only helps them in this process, it's going to help later. Because we can't do it alone, you know.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for that.
No, I appreciate it. And I'm glad you're voicing the concerns and making those public, because it is important that parents understand how these changes impact their students. This only works if we've got confidence, both as parents, parents, educators, and students have to have confidence in our prevention mechanisms, right? And so it's important to bring these concerns up and raise them. So thank you for doing that. Any other questions or comment from the board? Okay, so come back to this here. All right, so we've got a motion and a second to approve Rule 6A-1.0019. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Senior Chancellor Burns. Now I'd like to recognize John Temple, President of Lake Sumter State College, for an overview of the next item. And President Temple.
respectfully request approval for these SAT engineering degrees for the 26-27 academic year.
Thank you. President Temple. Questions from the board? Okay, and we don't have any public comment on this one. Can I get a motion to approve the Specialized Associate in Arts Transfer Degree Programs for Lake Sumter State College? Got a motion? Second. And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. All right. Thank you, President Temple.
Thank you.
All right. Our next action item. Next, I would like to recognize Dr. Loretta Overeye, VP for Academic Affairs, Seminole State College, for an overview of our next action item. Dr. Overeye, you'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair Petty, members of the board, Commissioner Kamutsas. It is truly a blessing to be here today to represent President Lorenz and the 24,000+ students of Seminole State College of Florida. I'm here to request board approval of 4 applications for the Specialized Associates in Arts for Transfer Degrees, or SSATs, as you have heard, in biology, civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering. These degrees provide opportunities which will enable our students transfer to the University of Central Florida in junior status. I think that's a very important thing for our students. Seminole State College of Florida is one of the founding partners of the Direct Connect program, along with UCF and Valencia. We recently celebrated the 20th anniversary of this program, through which 81,720 students have earned UCF bachelor's degrees. We are truly grateful to President Cartwright, the amazing Direct Connect team led by Drs. Kim Hardy, Harrison Unge, and the many other Direct Connect faculty members for keeping this program strong for more than 2 decades. What makes this partnership particularly special is that it guarantees Seminole State College students admission into UCF with strong support along the way, saving students 25% of their typical cost of their education. The Direct Connect program stands as a powerful model of how intentional partnerships, structured pathways, and student-centered supports can transform educational outcomes. Over the years, students have completed 60 units. They've transferred to UCF, but faced additional coursework requirements before being classified a junior. Our own research shows that if students complete all prerequisites prior to transfer, they are more likely to complete the bachelor's degrees, and they do so in a shorter time frame. The SAAT eliminates many of the uncertainties by establishing guaranteed admission pathways that into the major of their choice at UCF. The SAAT program will provide our students with a sense of stability and direction. They will know from day one that the work they complete counts. Every course, every credit, and every milestone moves them closer to their goals. This clarity has a profound effect on student confidence. Studies tell us that when learners understand exactly how their academic journey unfolds, they take ownership of their progress, they become more engaged in advising, more proactive in course planning, and more committed to staying on task. Additionally, our data tells us that students who take courses in a clear manner have a higher likelihood of completion since they have maintained their financial aid, and they have a 14% higher likelihood of a bachelor's degree completion compared to those who transfer through the traditional pathways. The SAAT program will become more of a pathway. It becomes a promise that they are capable, prepared, and fully supported. The Florida Commerce employment data and projections show an unmet need of individuals in the biology and engineering fields in our area. These degrees will enable us fill this gap. Ultimately, the Direct Connect program and our collaborative partnerships reflect our collective belief that student success is not an accident. It is an outcome of thoughtful design, intentional support, and a shared commitment to opportunity. For these reasons, I respectfully request your approval and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dr. Override. Board members, any questions? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the Specialized Associate in Arts Transfer Degree Programs for Seminole State College?
I'll make that motion.
A motion, a second? Second. And a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Now I'd like to recognize Kathy Hebda, Chancellor of the Florida College System, for an overview of our last 2 action items. Chancellor Hebda, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, it's great to be here during Florida College System Month. You would have to be under a social media rock to not notice how many times Commissioner Kamoutsas has posted about the Florida College System since April 1st. It's been fantastic, and it's been amplified by all of our colleges across the state, and it's a great testament to all the amazing work that's being done in our system. I had the chance to go by St. Pete College on the way here for a few hours yesterday, and they are doing some amazing things with just some of the things that we're going to talk about in these areas this most, revamping their advising system, putting up dashboards where students can see the best pathways forward, and the advisors can help them so much more efficiently. It was great work yesterday, great work.
To be clear, all I'm doing is sharing the great work that the colleges are doing, which the
That's
facts
right.
speak for themselves, and I love, these data-informed decisions that we make at the department to continue to invest on these programs that have such a high return on quality education for these students. So, I mean, it is a blessing, honestly, to be able to tout the colleges.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Okay, this morning I'm actually presenting the next 2 action items together, although you'll take them up separately. I have them both in this presentation, excuse me, because they both deal with articulation.
trauma, that address student survivors, that address school-based mental health programs for students who are affected by gun violence. You're putting out all of these programs, all of these studies about keeping kids healthy. Keeping kids alive is part of keeping them healthy.
And we're trying to do that by doing the studies to understand why people commit mass shootings.
But you've also cut funding.
That has not been done before.
You've also cut
done
funding.
by the Trump administration.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to exercise some restraint. You're a Kennedy. You know how oversight hearings work.
Well,
and we
pretend
don't
you're
want the
asking
second graders to think that your interruptions are rude, disrespectful, or impatient. So I'm going to have to ask you to just allow me to finish my questions.
Well, don't pretend you're
in my
asking
home state of
questions. You're not gonna
Connecticut,
give me a
where I
chance
was a
to
school
answer it.
teacher, in the classroom on the day 20 children were slaughtered and 6 educators, we worked really hard to see firsthand how to invest in our communities and provide prevention. Connecticut has created some of the strongest school-based violence prevention systems in the country through multidisciplinary threat assessment teams, early intervention programs, and partnerships that help schools identify concerning behavior. I put forth a bill, the School Violence Prevention Act, to begin to collect data to see how we can have federal programs to address these traumatic outcomes for kids. Many of the things that we fought for in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act have been cut. So I have to ask you, what have you done to address the health of children? You point out so many other things about the food they eat, all these other things. What have you done to keep kids safe from gun violence outside of commissioning a study?
As I said, we have no law enforcement. Congress has not given us law enforcement.
I'm not asking you about law enforcement, sir.
What we do is we study issues and we study problems, and we're doing that with gun violence, which has not been done before.
Specifically, a study that you've commissioned.
We did it. We've done. I think it's almost near completion. We did a study on school shootings to look at what the shooters have in common, what medications they may have been receiving, whether they were on SSRIs, whether they were on benzos, and we're expanding that now across the agency to do even more of those.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I'd like more information on that study because I'm unaware of it. I yield back.
Happy to provide it.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Thank you for your time today. I have to say, as I listen here, with all the health initiatives that you're espousing, I have grave concerns about the HHS bill budget and the cuts that are being proposed. I spent 20 years on a school board and saw firsthand how support systems children have or don't have outside of the classroom shape their outcomes. At the most basic level, children can't go to school if they're sick, they can't learn on an empty stomach, and their families can't get ahead if they can't access health care. I'd like to first talk to you about your proposed cuts to medical research. I was reading an article this morning that talked about your affinity to perform your own medical research. You apparently once cut the penis off a road-killed raccoon to study them later. You speak fondly of medical research, yet your budget cuts show that the National Institutes of Health are going to get a cut of more than 12%. This level of cuts would halt promising research, force layoffs of scientists and research staff, and undermine America's global leadership in medical intervention and innovation. What specific diseases do you believe deserve less medical research?
DEI.
Okay,
we've got $1 billion.
Do you have a specific program, a specific disease that deserves less funding?
I would say we're putting $1 billion into DEI, and DEI research has never cured any disease. It's never produced any new drug.
Okay, so between February of 2025 and April of 2025, HHS canceled or froze more than $180 million in National Cancer Institute grants. Were you the one to approve these cuts to cancer grants, or did that come directly from the White House?
We're giving the highest, one of the highest budget increases to NCI.
Can you just answer my specific
budget.
question? Were you the one who approved those cuts, or did that come from the White House?
As I said, we are raising the budget for NCI, for the National Cancer Institute, in this budget.
Yeah.
It's one of the only agencies throughout my sub-agencies throughout my entire agency that's receiving a raise.
Okay, so Secretary Kennedy, you have the responsibility to tell the truth to this committee, and here are some examples of cuts. In April of 2025, HHS canceled an NIH grant regarding strategies to reduce cancer and chronic disease in the Arkansas Delta. In 2025, a grant selective targeting of pancreatic cancer was cut. In March of 2025, a grant, the automated digital imaging for cervical cancer screening. The list continues to go on. You've also noted that SNAP can be used to purchase whole foods. And when we look at some of the recent data, just in Arizona, the district that I represent, 424 fewer people, including 180 children, have lost food assistance since the enactment of H.R. 1. My constituents are writing to me telling me that they're hungry and cannot afford food.
As the Secretary of Health and Human Services, will you make a statement here today that you oppose hunger in this country?
Well, I oppose hunger in this country, and we're the first administration to be doing something about getting actually good food.
Thank you. I'm grateful that you're standing against the Republican hunger cuts. And if HHS spends $21 billion on physician training, yet only 1% goes to community-based programs like teaching health centers that actually reduce primary care shortages, why are we underinvesting in the models that work?
For rural health?
For community health centers.
I just put $143 million into community health centers for physician retention. We also put $50 billion into the Rural Transformation Process program, which has a lot of money for rural healthcare frontline physicians, to retain them, to keep them, to do residencies there. It's unprecedented.
So just so you know, only 1% of the funding that you've talked about actually goes to teaching health centers and community health centers. And health centers lower costs and improve outcomes.
You asked about the
Medicare
problem.
patients.
We're trying to solve the problem of rural residencies and rural access to rural personnel. And we're doing more than any administration in history to do.
So unfortunately, there are 5 rural health centers in Arizona that are at risk of closure because of cuts from this administration. So what are you doing to ensure that every Medicaid patient can access a community health center?
There's 39 million Americans in community health centers, and my personal belief is that it's the most effective health centers in our country.
Absolutely.
What they're doing is better than any, and we're making big investments to make sure that they continue. We've raised the funding in this budget for community health centers, and then I'm finding other pockets of money funnel, as I did last week, $135 million.
I would really like to see the data that shows that, because the rural health communities and health centers in my district are suffering greatly under this administration.
Well, I announced the program.
I yield back.
I announced the program in Arizona last week at a community health center.
The gentlelady's time has expired, and I would recommend making direct contact between the two of you. So thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to start with something I think we agree on. I've had a long time since local government, and in the district I represent, the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area, we've been leaders on attacking the tobacco industry and protecting kids in particular. So you have made a comment, which I laud, that you want to wipe out e-cigarettes in the country. I put a lot of work into making sure that Juul was held accountable for what they were doing, yet we still have almost 2 million American kids using illegal e-cigarettes. So where your jurisdiction is in enforcement, unfortunately you're cutting enforcement. How will you do what you have said you want to do, and I believe you want to do, is wipe out e-cigarette use, and in this instance illegal e-cigarette use, by increasing enforcement?
Do you mean vapes?
Yes.
The
vapes, Juul companies like
we're
Juul.
increasing it for. I mean, the budget increases enforcement for Chinese vapes, and I've already been. I was in Illinois a couple of weeks ago doing a major enforcement action. We confiscated about 1 million. Pam Bondi and I about 1 million Chinese vapes. There's an argument for vapes. Vapes reduce cigarette tobacco smoking, which is much worse.
That was the argument Juul made, and I'd be happy to have a further conversation.
I'd love to have that conversation.
All right. So on another important matter, and I think, and this goes to SAMHSA behavioral health, you and I have some similar family background. My dad was an alcoholic, and he took his life many years ago. So since then, I've spent a lot of time on behavioral health, mental health. Mr. Wahlberg and I have done initiatives on this, and prevention. And we now have, according to the Center for Disease Control, a real mental health crisis in this country when it comes to kids. CDC did a report in the prior administration that almost half of adolescent, pre-adolescent young women, young girls, women, were predisposed to depression and suicidal ideation. So how can we work together to prevent that? How can we work together using research from SAMHSA and other research around the world to make sure we start making an impact and dropping these really serious behavioral mental health issues for future generations?
Congressman, it's a top priority for me. I would love to hear your ideas. We just announced the Great American Recovery Plan. I'm working on with Catherine Burgum, with my cousin Patrick Kennedy, who you know, and with many other people who are top in their field, including, I think, Jonathan Sharon, who you probably know from Los Angeles. So we're looking for the best ideas, and President Trump wants us to implement them. This is an issue that is a high priority for him, and as you point out, for me personally, I would love to talk to you about what you think that we could be doing better, and if there's new ideas, we want to hear them.
One of the big challenges I see, both from my personal background,
students at the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Public schools cannot deny admittance to improve their performance scores. Charter schools should not deny transfer in students to improve their performance scores. Instead, change the performance rating standards for all schools to separate results of transfer in students based on the length of time that they are at their new school. And I just want to take a moment to thank teachers' unions. Because of teachers' unions, we have better benefits and pay for teachers, which in turn benefits students. So thank you, teachers' union. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Board members, any questions on the consent items? Seeing none, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. 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 All right. Motion carries. Board members, it's now my privilege to hear comments from my fellow board members. Let's start down. We'll start at the right end of the table. Mr. Fuste, any comments or thoughts after this meeting?
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chair. It's just funny how I always end up sitting at the right side here, so I always go first. But just happy to be here. I'm still in shock by the chart you showed earlier about the administrative overhead with respect to the growth of the school. And to borrow a phrase that was said here earlier, it almost seems like the emphasis is on education and not on learning. We have to focus on learning, because at the end of the day, that's what the students take with them. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to start by recognizing many of the updates that were shared by our commissioner and also our staff here, and college presidents and superintendents. First of all, I am super excited to be celebrating April as both our month of military family and our college system month. Florida continues to lead supporting those military connected families and students, and through the initiatives like our Purple Star program and serving those military families across our state. And that is very meaningful progress for families who sacrifice so much for our nation. So thank you. I'm also excited about our school safety leadership that has been initiated here. It deserves recognition, and I'm really excited to attend the second annual National Summit on School Safety next month to help strengthen that Guardian program and demonstrates that protecting our students and educators remains a top priority. The families deserve that confidence when their children are in school each day, and that it is a safe and secure place to learn. Finally, I want to congratulate our outstanding students that were recognized here today. Their achievements remind us that when we are creating that flexible and high quality pathways for students to thrive in their academics, their career training, and leadership, they represent the very best that Florida has to offer. So really proud of those students and all of the students here in Florida. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Mr. Foganoli. Yeah.
God, I wasn't ready.
I'm going random.
That's random. All right. Thank you, Chair. No, I want to say thank you, everyone here, Liberty Institute, for having us. Naples, is good to be here in Naples. I want to say thank you to our staff for always getting us prepared. They do such a great job of just making sure we're prepped and ready for this meeting. Do want to give a shout out again, like I said, don't want to repeat the same points, but Glades County had a great visit there. And just wanted to share the amount of pride that they had in their school district and in their county, everything that they did. It was really cool, and it's a small town feel to feel that for the first time. You know, superintendent is actually brother and sister with the mayor, which was like the craziest thing. And she was like, "That's my brother." I'm like, "Oh, okay." That's awesome. But, you know, and just to know about the pride, and we know that, you know, like when it comes to small, big districts, we're proud of our schools, we're proud of our students, and it was great to see that. School Safety Summit was amazing. Yeah, great thing to see leaders across not only our state, but across the country, you know, and it shows the testament of Florida leading the way and everybody really learning from us, and it was a great thing to experience. And I also just want to say thank you again, Commissioner, being, you know, just being so passionate and being on it. And for our board members, I do want to mention this also is one of the teacher of the year from Glades County was at our roundtable when we did it. And I want to share the comments that she had. And she says, you know, I wanted to share this and I feel like it's going to be an attack on you. I hope it's not that way. And I shared this with the commissioner already. She said, I feel like when we see memos or when we see things coming from the state level, it feels like you guys are attacking teachers and you guys don't like teachers. I said, okay. And she went on and she explained it, and I said, okay, I understand what you're saying, and I get that. But that's not the case. You know, for us, and as a board, I hope I can speak at freedom, is we stand up for our teachers. We stand up for our students. That's public school students, public school teachers, private school teachers, charter school teachers, students across this state, every last one of them. But when people come against and jeopardize their raises, when people come in between and jeopardize and make things political and get in the way of education, we're also going to stand up for those same people. We're not going to just lay down and allow those things to happen. So when we speak to those unions at times, it feels like we're speaking to teachers, and that's not the case. We're addressing those people that are getting in the way. So one of the things I had asked commissioners, sort of how do we open that communication channel directly to our teachers? because a majority of the teachers across the state do not feel the same way of what we're receiving from those so-called unions. So for me to say that to her, she said, thank you, because that's exactly what I meant. It feels like we're not speaking directly to our teachers. So I really feel like we need to just do a better effort, right? Speak directly to our teachers. The ideas, the concepts, they're right there with our students. So for me, I just want to see more of a communication directly to our teachers and stop letting people that aren't representing our teachers be the ones with the loudest voice. We need to give our teachers more of a voice across the state, and that's where we're going to hear more things come out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Foganoli. Member Collins.
I just first want to say thank you to our college systems for all of the work and everyone on the staff that puts so much into that. This is a month where we're recognizing military families and our college systems, and we have to be proud as a state for what we've put into both. And again, thank you, Chair Petty, for being so dedicated to the safety of our students and always evolving and putting so much in that. I also want to bring up, federally, this is Autism Awareness Month. And as a parent and someone that has taught in our schools, I know that people watch this. So sometimes I want to put things out just so that the message gets out there. The vast majority of our students on the spectrum are mainstream. They're general ed. And a few facts that I think get missed through this month are that those students hear the way that we project our opinion. Because when we do Autism Awareness Month or Military Family Month, the way that it's conducted kind of shows them what our opinion is of that status or diagnosis, regardless of what month it is. And I looked at some statistics. I had done this a few years ago, advocating for some medical intervention that was taken away from TRICARE families. We lost our autism services support. So I looked up numbers, and it was scary. As of today, 40%, well, 23, because it takes a while to get the numbers. 40% of our students that are on the spectrum spend over 80% in the general education classroom. As of 24 in Florida, 68% of our students with all disabilities spend over 80% of their time in the general ed classroom. And I bring that up this month because I'm hoping those out there that are implementing these wonderful awareness programs that are needed are also considering that most of our students are high functioning and understand what we're saying. So when you're a little boy or a little girl in school and the whole month focuses on, I can't do this, I don't like talking to people, or all of the negatives of being autistic, it's gonna have a certain weight. And then you go into the secondary effects of that diagnosis. I was shocked when I first learned this. The average life expectancy of someone with autism is only 39 years old. Part of that is comorbid medical issues. But what the second highest contributing factor is suicide. The rate is 3 to 7 times higher than their peer. 3 to 7 times higher. And as we're in this month, I'm just bringing these things up because I think as the adults in the education world, if we could also bring up wonderful facts, like it was an autistic man that pulled people out of space when our government couldn't do it. I would love to see that because I would like to see that people of all different places on the spectrum have done incredible things because most of our kids in school are high functioning. They're the guy you may not know is autistic. They're the guy on your football team. They're also the guy that might do disruptive things because they're stemming and it's their coping mechanism. So anyways, I'm sorry for taking so long to do this, but it's April. It's the month that I think this conversation, it would be nice if we could have. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Member Collins. Thank you for your
any idea how long it's been for folks to get here?
Did it last night, I think it was, so for Brian, maybe it's 2 for, I think she's gonna try and speed through some of this stuff, and we're gonna be skipping some of this stuff, just because.
She's not terribly long.
Yeah.
But
You're gonna call your investigator, right?
yeah, Lauren's
If
gonna.
you wanna put the report in, that's fine, but however you wanna do it.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. That's a clean copy of it. Actually, that's not a clean copy of it.
Might be. It's a ring.
Let's have them lay foundation. What he was asked to do. Public. How he went about it. We have time, so think about it.
Like, you make all these. All these little. Stab it with the gauges and needles.
Thanks,
All right, fourth district court, today is not now second, the Honorable Attorney after Rapid Junior presiding.
Please be seated. Good morning. It just take me a moment to set up a couple things here. Appreciate your patience. All right, court is now in session. Video recording may begin. Calling case number 251-501-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, could you please enter your appearances?
Chad Grunander, Lauren Hunt, Ryan McBride, and Chris Ballard for the state here in the court today, Your Honor. County Attorney Jeff Gray is joining via WebEx, although I don't believe he will be making an appearance at today's hearing.
All right, thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who is seated beside me.
Good morning to Defense Counsel. Mr. Robinson, good morning to you as well. All right, before addressing the business that's before the court today, I want to address some preliminary matters. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during these proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. So I just want to give you that heads up. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. Second, I wish to address the camera operator and still photographer, if you would both come forward. All right, so I don't mean to cause you any discomfort, but I just want to ensure the expectations of how we're proceeding today. Could you state your names and your respective roles, please?
Trent Nelson as the still pool photographer for the Salt Lake Tribune.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Adam Fonder in video pool for ABC4.
Thank you. All right, have you both reviewed the court's standing decorum order dated February 24th, 2026?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you anticipate any difficulty with complying with the order?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Fondren, I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turning next to discovery, counsel for the state, could you give an update?
Your Honor, on April 3rd, I filed a notice of the state of discovery with the court. I don't know if you've seen that, but I attached to that filing a 225-page document that lists the discovery that had been provided as of April 1st of this year. There's over 20,000 files. That document has about 100 files per page listed. Discovery continues to come in. I believe it was March 26th, the defense counsel sent a discovery letter requesting special discovery or specific discovery of materials, case files, underlying data, and so forth of lab materials from scientific reports. We're going to address some of that in the motion to continue the preliminary hearing today. Those materials have been requested from the FBI and ATF labs. Both laboratories are responding to that. They're reviewing it, and they're providing information. As of Saturday and Sunday of this week, ATF, or some weeks ago, ATF provided to SBI their entire lab files, their entire case file. On Saturday and Sunday of this week, SBI was able to process much of that material, and we were provided at our office about 1,700 files from the scientific reports from the ATF. Just last night, I was updated that we received some more of those files, and that discovery continues. We're processing that material, bait stamping, cross-checking for duplication, and then providing those materials as efficiently as we can.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Appreciate that update. All right. The court will now, and to the other parties, did you want to weigh in or comment on that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. I think the status of the specific items of discovery that Mr. McBride was just mentioning is sort of the core of the present dispute about whether the preliminary hearing can go forward in mid-May. So I guess the best thing to do would be to reserve comments about that until the court wants to take up that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate your input on that. Well, turning to that, I do want to outline the procedure for today's hearing, and it's to do so in an orderly and efficient presentation of the issues before the court. First, we'll be addressing the motion to continue the preliminary hearing, which is set for next month. And what I want to do is I'm trying to manage time as at the same time allowing all parties the ability to present what is necessary in order for this court to make a well-informed decision. And so here's where I'm landing. As it relates to the continuation of the preliminary hearing, I will allow both sides 30 minutes to present what you wish to present to this court. And this would include any allocation for rebuttal for defense. Upon conclusion of argument on that motion, the court will proceed to the pending motions concerning media access within the courtroom. Each side will be afforded up to 2 hours to present argument, examine witnesses, cross-examination, and redirect, and respond to inquiries from the court, as well as reserve time for rebuttal. So I just want to create that expectation. Knowing the expertise and experience of the parties, that's probably more time than you need, but I want to create an expectation so we know how to proceed. I encourage the parties to be succinct in presenting the evidence, and the purposes of these time allocations is for case management and not to alter or diminish any of the parties' substantial rights. Following the defense's presentation, the court will recess for approximately 30 minutes, during which time the courtroom will be closed. Proceedings will then resume with the state's presentation. If necessary, members of the media will be thereafter afforded up to 15 minutes for any responses. The court will then take a brief recess of approximately 10 minutes. Upon reconvening, the parties may proceed with closing arguments using any of the remaining allotted time. The court will monitor the time and argument will conclude upon the expiration of that time. The court anticipates issuing its ruling at a later time via WebEx, as you may come to expect, to permit full and careful consideration of the record and the arguments presented today. The scheduling of that proceeding will be addressed at the conclusion of today's hearing. The court recognizes the significance of the matters before it and the preparation undertaken by all counsel. All participants are expected to adhere to the applicable standards of professionalism, civility, and ethics. The court finds most helpful those submissions and arguments grounded in the evidentiary record and supported by controlling authority and applicable law. Counsel are expected to ensure that their witnesses conduct themselves in a manner consistent with these standards. The court will now turn to the defense. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the three docketed pleadings that are germane to the defense's first motion to continue the preliminary hearing are our motion, which is docket number 466, the state's response, which is docket number 476, and our reply, which is docket number 493. I can keep track of my own time, but my expectation is that I won't need all 30 minutes, but whatever I don't use, we'll see if any rebuttal is necessary.
Thank you.
So I think, if I may, the last time we were here and there was sort of a preliminary discussion about the May setting for the preliminary hearing, I think I said to the court, I don't need to reiterate what the court said to us when it set the date. But I do think, in light of the status of specific items of discovery, which I will get to, and the state's position on whether the preliminary hearing can go forward, I do want it to be clear, at least for the record, because I obviously understand that Your Honor knows what the court said, that the expression of the court back in December was that no party would be prejudiced by this setting. And I think that's important because when we look at the status of discovery with respect to the specific scientific evidence we're talking about, and we look at Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, and we look at Rule 16, and we look at Evidence Code Section 1102, it is clear that Mr. Robinson is prejudiced by the preliminary hearing going forward as scheduled at this point, and it can't even be remedied in the next 4 weeks. I very much appreciate the update that Mr. McBride provided. He actually provided that to us before the hearing. But the bottom line is that we don't have from the prosecution team, and I'm going to explain what I think the prosecution team means in this context, data which is in their possession, which is clearly discoverable under Rule 16, which is what the Constitution of Utah refers to when it talks about appropriate discovery. And that brings up the reliability question under Evidence Code Section 1102. So there is no doubt that the ATF and the FBI have data files that represent what I'll call the digitization of DNA evidence. The DNA evidence, literally the collected evidence, is physical evidence, which is specifically addressed in Criminal Procedure Rule 16A1C. And then when it's digitized, and it may be that experts will tell me that's not the right word, but when it is converted into data that can be analyzed, data sets that can be utilized in DNA analysis, that's electronic evidence under Rule 16A1C. And we don't have that, and Mr. McBride acknowledges that we don't have that, and when I say we, I mean the defense, from either the ATF or the FBI. Now, Mr. McBride, I think, said to the court, he did say to me, that the ATF has just recently given SBI some files. SBI has turned over some of them to the Utah County Attorney's Office, but not all of them. The defense has not yet received them. So neither Mr. McBride nor I actually know if these data files, the raw data upon which all DNA analysis has been done, have been produced from the ATF to SBI, and we don't know if it's gone from SBI yet to the Utah County Attorney's Office. The FBI has not turned over anything, according to Mr. McBride, that might include the data files, because there has been no production by the FBI in recent months in what I'll call the DNA area. We did make what Mr. McBride called a supplemental discovery request some weeks ago that set forth with great specificity the forensic-related documents and materials that we want, including those data files. That's actually attached as an exhibit to our motion. But that was not the first time that we asked for these data files. And I am not casting aspersions at Mr. McBride and his team, because those data files are in the possession of their federal law enforcement partners. We're not asking somebody to go looking for a needle in a haystack. Hey, there might be some piece of evidence somewhere. Can you go looking? We know that these data files exist because we have summary FBI and ATF reports summarizing the data analysis that go all the way back to September. So I actually think that one of the questions, if I may, one of the questions, because counsel don't ask each other questions in the courtroom. We understand that all questions are asked by the court. Why hasn't the FBI turned over these data yet? And why hasn't the ATF clearly communicated until very recently whether it has and why it has not? The state's opposition to our motion does not explain why the data files have not been turned over. So now what I want to talk about is the significance of the data files. We have a right at a preliminary hearing to both examine and cross-examine witnesses. And our right to present witnesses includes presenting expert witnesses. If the state doesn't want to call the forensic examiners at the FBI and the ATF to testify about their analyses and the conclusions, that's their choice, but we have a right to present evidence that gets at these DNA issues, and we have a right to do that through expert witnesses. We cannot do that when the law enforcement partners, ATF and FBI, have not provided us with appropriate discovery. That's the word, that's the phrase in the Constitution, appropriate discovery. So that appropriate discovery is the gateway to reliable hearsay at a prelim. It is meaningless for us to have the right under the code to present and cross-examine, present our own witnesses and cross-examine witnesses when we don't have the electronic evidence, that is these data files, that comes from physical evidence, the DNA swabs. It's a meaningless right, and it frankly makes a mockery of the reliability concept. We have identified for the court in public pleadings 2 DNA experts who we have retained who are waiting for these data and for other materials so that they can advise us on whether the opinions expressed in these reports, these are ATF and FBI forensic reports on the results of their DNA analysis, whether these reports are reliable. And if they are, if they're not, cannot be determined without that underlying data, those underlying data. So we have the experts, they're waiting for the data. We don't have the data. It's not Mr. McBride's fault. It's not SBI's fault. It's the law enforcement partners who have had these data files since September. Like, it's been over 6 months. And many of the DNA reports that they produce are also dated September, and I could go through each one of them if necessary, but maybe I'll do that in rebuttal because I don't want to run out of time. So we can't present any expert testimony on DNA without having the underlying data. Second step, if the state doesn't want to call the forensics examiners from the ATF and or the FBI as witnesses, we also have the right to call them as witnesses. We have a little bit of a jurisdictional problem because we're in state court and we're not in federal court, and so we have these 2 regulations, which I'm sure the court is familiar with and are addressed in our reply brief. And I have personally been in contact with counsel for the ATF and counsel for the FBI who have not said, yes, we will make these witnesses available. They have said, why don't you get us some subpoenas, which are, by the way, not enforceable, but they're subpoenas, and could you give us a more definite statement of exactly what you want them to testify about? But I can't examine those witnesses without the data and without the data files being evaluated by our DNA experts. The state suggestion that we just put these reports in through Rule 1102 before really calls into question the concept of reliability, because there is no way for this court to evaluate the reliability of those conclusions. There is no adversarial testing. If I don't have those data, if I haven't been able to give those data to our DNA experts, if they haven't been able to tell us what they think of the data vis-a-vis the conclusions in the reports. So we have a problem with adversarial testing. It's a critical stage of the proceeding. We are basically handcuffed under the state's proposal, which is the court receives into evidence reports which we cannot in any way address the reliability of. And so this actually goes all the way up to the Utah Constitution, which says that reliable hearsay is admissible if we have appropriate discovery. Appropriate discovery, again, is the constitutional phrase. But it also implicates, because it's a critical stage, Mr. Robinson's Sixth Amendment right. And as I addressed in our reply brief, the heightened reliability concerns that the Constitution reminds us of in any capital proceeding. And heightened reliability isn't just reserved for penalty phase. And I provided the court with a number of cases which talk about heightened reliability being something that is a gloss over the entire proceeding. So the court, in my opinion, needs to, and in light of the law here, needs to say to the state, I can't do the prelim until the defense has the data files in a reasonable period of time. When are we going to get the data files from the ATF and the FBI? And if Mr. McBride, given all of his due diligence, can only say to the court, I don't know, because the FBI hasn't told us when, and the FBI hasn't told us why, then we're just going to have to wait. We're not interested in postponing this for the sake of postponing this. We're interested in having a meaningful testing of expert reports, which the state
Your Honor, the court should deny defendant's motion to continue the preliminary hearing simply because the reason the defense has requested to continue the preliminary hearing really has nothing to do with the preliminary hearing. It's unnecessary, the continuance is. It's necessary to expert discovery, it's necessary to expert notice, it's necessary to a 702 hearing, it's necessary to a trial determination of the weight to give to expert testimonies, but it is not necessary to a preliminary hearing. Now, before I jump into my argument, Your Honor, is my screen sharing? Yes, can you see it there, Your Honor, on your?
Well, let's see.
We're not seeing anything at council table.
I'm not sure if it's being presented yet.
Make sure I've got my settings right here too. Well, I'll assume that will come up as I'm talking, Your Honor, but before launching into my argument, I want you to understand my structure here, okay? My first point that I'm going to make is the defense has not shown that a continuance is necessary to the purpose of a preliminary hearing. Maybe necessary for other reasons, this material, but not necessary. Maybe this material and discovery of this material is necessary for other purposes, but not for the limited purpose of a preliminary hearing. And the second point is the rules don't require expert notice before the preliminary hearing. Look at Article 1, Section 12, Rule 16, Rule 7B, Rule 1102. They don't require expert notice before the preliminary hearing. Now, I want to start with that first point, which is the real standard, the salient principle from whether it's Longcrier or Lopez is you don't grant a continuance unnecessarily, right? Axiomatic, right? That's the salient principle from those cases. That's what common sense says. You don't unnecessarily continue a hearing, right? Why? Well, because it causes delay in the proceedings. In this circumstance, this is not a nominal delay. We're talking at least 6 months for the defense to get this material, review it, and consult their experts, and for their experts to be ready to present expert testimony. But more likely, even more than that, because there's litigation surrounding some of this expert investigation. One of the tests right now has not been performed because there's an objection to it, and we're waiting to litigate that issue depending on what some of the expert discovery shows. In addition, we're probably going to object to some of the expert discovery requests the defense has made and that they made on March 25th. So this is at least a 6-month delay, probably much longer than that because some of these expert issues have to be litigated. And when you consider the purpose of the preliminary hearing, right, it's an initial stage of this process, right? It's designed to protect a defendant from having to sit in custody and wait for all the trial preparations without there being any showing of any evidence, right? The Rule 16, the preliminary hearing is designed to ferret out groundless prosecutions. Probable cause is a very low standard. Reliable hearsay is admissible. The court doesn't weigh the evidence at this stage. And that's because this is a very early stage of the proceeding. And the rules contemplate discovery and investigation ongoing throughout and even past the preliminary hearing and even all the way up until trial. So the question is a continuance necessary for the purpose of a preliminary hearing? And to understand that, you have to understand two things. One, what is the purpose of the preliminary hearing? And two, what is the evidence that's likely to be presented at the preliminary hearing? And then you get to three, is a continuance necessary? First, the purpose of a preliminary hearing is clear. There's very few principles in Utah law that are more clear than this. There is one purpose to the preliminary hearing and one purpose only, and that is to determine probable cause. Every time a defendant or a trial court tries to expand the preliminary hearing beyond that, whether it's on constitutional due process grounds or discovery grounds or something else, the courts uniformly and repeatedly reject those arguments. There's only one purpose. It's clear in the Constitution. It is to determine probable cause. It's not a discovery hearing. It's not a due process notice hearing where the defense learns what the state's theories are or what evidence the state is going to present at the trial. It is not a suppression hearing under the Fourth Amendment. It's not an admissibility hearing under the rules of evidence. And it's certainly not a 702 hearing. It is only one thing, a probable cause hearing. That's it. That's important because that relates to what a continuance being necessary means, right? Can the defense show they need to continue this hearing because it's necessary to a determination of probable cause? If they can't, it's unnecessary and it's going to infringe on the victim's right to a speedy trial, as well as the state's ability to present the case. Justice delayed is justice denied, as the saying goes, and that's because it affects a victim's right to a speedy trial. It affects the public's perception of legitimacy of the prosecution and the judicial system, and it has real effects on the evidence that may be presented at trial. Witnesses become unavailable, memories fade, evidence grows stale. And so the court should not be granting a motion to continue and delaying the proceedings unless it's necessary, especially for such a lengthy period. The next stage in understanding whether or not a continuance is necessary is, one, understanding the purpose, the limited purpose. Two is, what's the evidence going to be at the preliminary hearing, right? Because if you understand what the evidence is going to be, then you can determine, well, is what the defense wants to present, is that going to affect the probable cause determination, right? The only way to know that is to know kind of what the evidence is going to present. That's why Lopez says you listen to the evidence first, and then you should consider, in that case, whether or not the defense should be able to subpoena the victim. And I think the same analysis applies here. Listen to the evidence first, then you ask the defense, well, what are you going to present, and will it be necessary, will it be relevant to a probable cause determination or not? Put another way, will the defense be able to show that whatever evidence they want to present is likely to defeat probable cause? If they can't make that showing, it would be an unnecessary continuance. So let me give you a proffer of what the evidence will be at the preliminary hearing. There's really 4 categories of evidence. The first is surveillance from UVU. Now, UVU has a great surveillance system, and they captured the defendant coming on to campus at about 7 a.m., or I think about 8 a.m., okay? It's clearly him. He's driving his gray Dodge Charger, and I should say he's from St. George, so this isn't just a casual passing by Utah Valley University. This is a 3.5-hour drive from his home, 250 plus miles from his home. They capture his car pulling into the Utah Valley University parking structure. He gets out of the car. He's wearing his favorite Hurley hat, a maroon T-shirt, shorts, and Converse shoes, the same clothing he's wearing when he turns himself in the next day. Clearly him. There's good facial images and everything. He walks around campus and he scouts campus out. He then leaves the campus. UVU surveillance then captures him return later. He returns on foot right before the Charlie Kirk event. He's wearing a disguise of sorts. He's wearing a baseball cap, different baseball cap, pulled low. He's got sunglasses on, a different shirt, different pants, but the same Converse shoes. That's all seen in the surveillance. He's limping because there's a rifle down his pants. The surveillance captures this individual. Again, I don't want to overstate the evidence because the pictures of his face at this time are not as definitive as they were earlier because of the sunglasses and the hat. But it captures his face, captures his appearance, his height, his build, all consistent with how he looks earlier in the day and how he looks today in court. But he makes his way to the rooftop, makes his way to the sniper's perch on the rooftop, takes the shot, and then runs to the northeast, drops off the building and runs to the northeast of campus into a wooded area. That's all captured on video. Okay, that's the first category of evidence, is the video surveillance that shows the defendant on campus taking the shot. The second point is circumstantial evidence tying him to the rifle. Right? In that wooded area, police find the rifle. In the rifle is wrapped in a towel. In the rifle, they found 4 rounds. And these are 30-06 Remington rounds that one has been fired, 3 have not, consistent with the shot at Charlie Kirk. And all of these rounds are unique in that they have inscriptions on the brass. There's etchings on the brass with little political messages. Well, after the defendant turns himself in, there's a search warrant that's executed on his house. In that house, police find a Dremel tool, and they also find the same make and model of ammunition, Remington 30-06. And not only that, but one of these rounds has etching on it, consistent with the etchings on the rounds found in the rifle, right? The etching found at his house says, test shot, right? So that's the second category of evidence, is the circumstantial evidence tying him to the murder weapon. The third category of evidence is confessions. The state will present evidence that he left a handwritten note at his apartment for his lover to find. In that note, he says, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it. Right? This note was written before he left St. George and came to Orem, and was left in his apartment. His roommate finds it, roommate/lover finds it, and this initiates a text message conversation back and forth between the lover and the defendant, where the defendant says, yeah, I shot Charlie Kirk. and I'm summarizing, shot Charlie Kirk. I left the rifle behind. I had to leave the rifle behind, but I'm going to pick it up, and then I'm coming home. Then he also confesses to a group of friends on a messaging application. Before he turns himself in, he says, "Hey guys, it was me. I did it. Thanks for all the good times. Goodbye." And the final confession is an acquaintance is a former law enforcement officer, and he helps arrange the defendant turning himself into the sheriff's office. And when he's talking to that former law enforcement officer, he says, "I got rid of the clothing I wore." Right? So there are three categories of evidence that have nothing to do, that show probable cause, have nothing to do with the DNA evidence, which is what defendant's issue is here. The fourth category of evidence is that DNA evidence. And you have to understand what that stage with such a limited purpose, the court views all evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Right? That's State v. Virgin. So, in summary, the defense has not shown that the motion to continue is based on the purpose of the hearing, a fair determination of probable cause. They just haven't shown it, and they haven't even tried. And I think one of the reasons they haven't tried is because they know that these are experienced practitioners. They know what the standard is here. It's low. The evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the state. They're not going to be able to defeat a confession, multiple confessions nonetheless, or DNA evidence, right? And if the continuance was granted, it would affect the victim's right to a speedy trial. And frankly, like the Lopez case, it would obviate the repeated and express admissibility of reliable hearsay at preliminary hearings. And that leads me to the second point, which is a textual analysis. So the defense says, well, Article 1, Section 12, Rule 16 require expert discovery before the preliminary hearing. Let me try to see if my computer will present again.
It's not outputting the video.
Let's see. I'm showing it's connected. Oh, there we go. Great. Okay. So let's look at the text of the rules, right? Utah Constitution, right? Here it is. Article 1, Section 12. Where the defendant of where the defendant is otherwise entitled to preliminary examination, the function of that examination is to determine, is limited, right, to one purpose, as I said earlier, to determining probable cause. Nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule, in whole or in part, right, in any preliminary examination to determine probable cause, if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. Is it allowed? Well, Rule 16 allows it. That's the end of the inquiry. Well, the defense says, well, no, but it has to be complied with, and that's fair, I guess. So let's look at Rule 16. So here's what Rule 16 says. Look at the mandatory disclosures, and there's a distinction here that I think is important. One is the use of the language here, prosecution team. When we talk about mandatory disclosures under A1, we're talking about what the prosecution team has, right? Prosecution team has been interpreted in case law to mean the prosecutor as well as the law enforcement people who are working on this case. But if you go down to the timing of mandatory disclosures, it's different language that's used here, right? And I've highlighted the portion that applies here. 8, there it says, in every case, all material or information listed under paragraph A1 that is presently and reasonably available to the prosecutor must be disclosed before the preliminary examination. Okay? The different language is the prosecutor versus prosecution team. Had the Supreme Court Rules Committee, and as approved by the Supreme Court, had they wanted this to mean full discovery of everything in everyone's possession before the preliminary hearing, they would have said so, right? The rules of statutory construction say you presume all omissions are intentional, right? They use distinct language here, and they did it for a reason. The reason is because the preliminary hearing is such an early stage of the proceedings, right? We all know investigation at the preliminary hearing stage is continuing. We all know the state, the prosecutors are still getting material from the investigative agencies. We know investigative agencies have processes for getting reports and approving reports and disseminating reports. We know expert witnesses, oftentimes by the preliminary hearing, haven't even started their work, right? The Rule 7b says the preliminary hearing has to take place within 14 days where it's requested, right? This is a very early stage of the proceeding, designed to protect the defendant from having to sit in custody where there's no showing of probable cause. And the rule itself, Rule 16, makes clear that discovery is ongoing. It foresees that discovery is going to be ongoing throughout the trial. So the defense argument that Rule 16 requires full discovery of this material before the preliminary hearing is a contra-textual reading. But even so, you look under A1, and what does A1 actually require as mandatory disclosures? Well, there's a specific provision that talks about scientific tests and experience. It's A1B, reports and results of any physical or mental examination, of any identification procedure, and of any scientific test or experiment. We provided those reports, okay? What the defense wants is complete and total expert notice and expert discovery. We've even complied with A1 as it relates to what the prosecution team has with regard to the reports. Okay, so Article 1, Section 12 doesn't require discovery before the preliminary hearing. Rule 16 doesn't require full, complete discovery before the preliminary hearing. Well, is there any other provision of authority we should be looking at here? Well, how about the provision of authority that is directly on point with regard to expert notice? Let's take a look at that. 77-17-13. 1A. supplemental discovery request, and that's what I've relayed to the agencies. But what they want is lab case files that the government intends to use in its case in chief. I should note that the FBI has provided a lot of this material already. I provided a case file that's 380 pages long, I think clear back in October, as well as about 77 other files that list their policies and procedures. And those are listed in that 225-page document that I attached in my April 3rd filing. But they list CVs of analysts, accreditation documentation of the labs, accreditation documentation of the programs used to interpret data, standard operating procedures and protocols, STR databases and frequency tables, chain of custody documentation, data files underlying the analysis, software names and software versions used, developmental validation of instruments and processes, internal validation of instruments and processes, proficiency tests of analysts, audit records. All of that material may go to expert qualification, the qualification of the labs, the methodologies, may go to 702 issues, but it doesn't go to probable cause, okay? Especially when you've got to view this evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And the final reason why we know that expert discovery, expert notice is not, I didn't finish my point here, which is this material they're requesting is expert notice. Like, that's what they're requesting here is expert notice under 77-1713, which expressly does not have to be given before the preliminary hearing. And I should say, regardless of the fact that we're not required to give expert notice before the preliminary hearing, we're doing our very darndest to do so. And we shouldn't be penalized for being on the ball and getting ahead of things by trying to get the expert reports and investigation done as soon as we can. To the contrary, that's the kind of behavior and due diligence that should be encouraged and incentivized. And if you say, no, you can't have a preliminary hearing until all of that is done, it does create chaos in the system, because it says, if I want to have a preliminary hearing early, I'm going to stop my investigation once I hit probable cause, because then I don't have these discovery problems before the preliminary hearing. And that is not the type of conduct we want to incentivize, and the rule doesn't incentivize that conduct. And this comes to my final point. The defense knows it, okay? I know that Mr. Novak has made his argument here, but the defense knows that this kind of material is not required before the preliminary hearing. And how do we know the defense knows it? Because the defense has said so. In one of their earliest pleadings in this case, docket number 16, I think it's 16, the defense counsel filed their request for discovery. This is the formal request for discovery that's filed, I think, docket 16. And in that docket, they recognize the discovery is an ongoing process. You get down to page 11, and the defense cites Rule 16 saying, the prosecutor's duty to disclose material is ongoing. In every case, all material that is presently and reasonably available to the prosecutor must be disclosed before the preliminary examination, right? But here's the key phrase that I think shuts the door on this argument the defense has made, is highlighted in red there. And I quote, defendant acknowledges he does not have a right to discovery prior to preliminary hearing pursuant to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah State Constitution. That's it. The defense concedes this point. Now, the point I'm making is what the defense makes right here in the next sentence. However, defendant relies upon this initial discovery request through trial, post-preliminary hearing, to enforce their rights encompassed in the Utah Constitution to a fair, speedy trial. That's the point I'm making, is the state should be pursuing expert investigation, their due diligence, getting the investigation done as early as possible, and providing that discovery as it comes in on a rolling basis, right? And that's what we want to have happen. We shouldn't punish the state and the victims and everyone else by delaying the proceedings when the state does exactly what has been done here, which is getting on top of those things early, right? I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Do you have any questions for me?
I will. I'm going to turn to defense for their rebuttal and then have questions for both parties. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One piece of equipment. Thank you, Your Honor. I do want to respond directly to a number of the arguments that Mr. McBride made, but I also want to refer the court back to the accusatory pleading which initiated this case, which is the information. The information specifically relies upon two types of DNA evidence. First, the information, and it's actually the probable cause statement in the information, docket number 1. At the bottom of page 3, the probable cause statement alleges that DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the rifle's trigger. Second, the probable cause statement in support of the information says, in the middle of page 6, the rifle, ammunition rounds, and towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. We have not received the discovery, and I'm not talking about expert notice, I will address that. We have not received the physical evidence and the electronic evidence that supports those assertions made by Mr. Gray when he swore to the probable cause statement attached to the information. We are not talking about the broad scope of expert notice, of expert discovery that Mr. McBride is talking about. We're talking about physical and electronic evidence, which first, the information was based upon, as I just said, and then second of all, as Mr. McBride acknowledges, the state intends to present the limited DNA evidence that it has without even having the data files been made available to us. And I want to drill down on this very specifically because I think it's appropriate, but about very concrete data files that our experts are waiting for. And when I say data files, I literally mean the digitization of physical evidence obtained from our client and from these objects. We didn't choose for the state to present DNA evidence at the prelim. That's their choice. And that's why we are having this dispute right now. The question that I think this court needs to also address is when Mr. McBride talks about what discovery is, quote, reasonably available to the prosecution. How can this court conclude that not having these data files is reasonable, given that the ATF and the FBI generated these data files from the swabs months ago? They've concluded their work, as far as we know. They've generated reports. The state believes that the reports are sufficiently final that they would offer them into evidence in a preliminary hearing. So I think this court should make the finding that those reports are reasonably available and that they should be produced to us. Mr. McBride, probably because he can't, still hasn't told the court why we don't have the data files. So where Mr. McBride, with all due respect to his advocacy, because he's a fantastic advocate, goes, is he goes into the slippery slope of expert discovery and expert notice and Daubert, and that's really not what we're talking about here. We're also not talking about the bullet fragment further testing issue, which has previously been described as the January 9th motion, which the court unsealed. That is not a DNA issue. That is about what happens to a bullet fragment when a federal law enforcement lab wants to do what they call destructive testing. It's not to get DNA off of it. It's to look at whether that bullet fragment can be related to the other evidence in the case, because the ATF's first conclusion, as the court knows, is that they couldn't say either way where that bullet fragment came from in terms of firearms. So that is not what we're talking about here. There is a ballistics report that the state wants to offer into evidence at the prelim, but we're talking about DNA reports. And I do want to say, however, that we are not suggesting that the preliminary hearing be postponed until this dispute about the destructive testing of this bullet fragment is resolved. But it was a federal law enforcement lab that said, we're not going to permit a defense expert to observe the destructive testing, and we're not going to videotape the destructive testing. We're going to do this behind closed doors. But that's not what we're talking about here today. That's a different issue for a different time. And I don't think it has anything to do with when the preliminary hearing occurs.
Mr. Novak, just to be consistent, do you have some final thoughts as your time is coming to a close?
Yes, thank you. My final thought is that this court should direct the state attorneys to find out when the data files will be produced. And once we know that date, and they actually are produced, then we've already told the court that there's a concrete amount of time that our experts need in order to analyze them. Otherwise, I've already argued about the constitutional and legal principles that are at stake here, and I think that the court has those in mind. I also want to say, finally, the Lopez case has nothing to do with this. I understand it's a Supreme Court decision, but the Lopez case is about a defendant who tried to serve a subpoena on the victim of a sex offense to have the victim testify at the defendant's prelim. That is not what this is about. We're not fighting about a subpoena. We're not talking about victim testimony. It's really not applicable. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'll have questions for both of you. I'll start with Mr. Novak. Again, thank you both for your presentations today in such a succinct manner. The court appreciates that. So one of the questions that's before the court, and Mr. Novak, it goes to the heart of the matter for this court, as the court is weighing whether the continuance should be granted or not. Has defense reviewed all the discovery that has been presented up until this point in preparation for a preliminary hearing set for next month?
We have reviewed the discovery that is tied to the exhibits that the state intends to offer at the prelim where there is discovery available. If the court is saying, have you reviewed the thousands, have the lawyers reviewed the thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of discovery that are well documented in the index that Mr. McBride provided the court privately? The answer is no. Our paralegals are doing their best to organize it, but have counsel reviewed that discovery, and have we had a reasonable time to do so? No, because it's gigantic and it's voluminous. We know that some of it has nothing, some of it has been provided in what I guess the state would call an abundance of caution. 30 days worth of surveillance video from UVU. We don't believe that we even need to review 29 of the 30 days. So we're not going to waste time and resources reviewing hundreds of surveillance camera hours without some suggestion that we need to, and we don't believe that we do. Have we reviewed, every FBI report interviewing people who claim to have known Mr. Robinson or known his roommate? Yeah, we've reviewed all of that. Have we reviewed the forensic materials that we have received? Yes. Have we reviewed all of the law enforcement reports about the events at UVU? I mean, I can only speak for myself. No. Because it's so voluminous that we haven't had that time.
Well, in really the heart of my question is, have you reviewed all the discovery that has been passed that enables you to be prepared for a prelim next month? That's that you're saying is applicable to what you understand the state will be presenting, or what you need to review. Just because the state says they're going this direction, you have to do an independent determination of the discovery on what you need to review to be prepared. And so my question is, have you done that, and are you there?
No. So, for example, we received a couple months ago an external hard drive that had thousands and thousands of gigabytes, I don't even know how many, of material taken from digital devices, taken from search warrant returns from what I'll refer to as social media communication platforms, Discord and all of the others. No, I haven't had time to do that. Absolutely not. My clients, so there's a huge download of my client's cell phone. There are downloads of many, many, many digital devices. No. Absolutely not. But
my question is, in order for you to be prepared, you've made the argument there's a lot, and there's no dispute that there's a lot of discovery, to say the least. But you've also said that you don't need to review it all. You just want to review what's relevant for the preliminary hearing. And so my question goes to, have you reviewed all the relevant discovery that's been passed to be prepared for a preliminary hearing that you have in your possession now?
I can only speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for other counsel, but the answer is no. The answer is no, but I am not able to, maybe this isn't the court's question, but I'm not even able to approach this fourth category of evidence that the state wants to offer at the prelim, which is the DNA evidence, because we don't have the underlying data files to be able to assess what to do about those reports. So if the court said to me, Mr. Novak, have you reviewed all the drone images that they want to use? Have you reviewed all of the video that they want to present? Have you reviewed all of the UVU surveillance? And by the way, this is a letter we received on April 4th. Have you reviewed all the Discord chats that they want to present? No. And I believe I've been diligent.
Would you like time to confer with your counsel? Because I need to know that information. I need to know that if we move forward with the preliminary hearing, either next month or a different date, that there's effective assistance of counsel moving forward. And that's one of the factors is, have you reviewed the necessary discovery? Typically in criminal cases, the defense attorneys say, hey, I haven't been able to for whatever reason. And the court recognizes that, right? Like, I get it. But I need to check that box and say, okay, defense is saying we're ready to go forward with the discovery that has been provided. That's a part I want to be sure is been accomplished. And so as you're presenting for the defense, I would ask you to confer with your counsel, because I understand that you've probably parsed out different areas for each counsel given what's there, but I need that answer as it relates to the defense team.
I now understand the import of the court's question, and I appreciate that the court has clarified that. So we can present that information verbally, we can present it shortly thereafter in writing, however the court wants to present it. But I understand that. So I'll just give the court by way of an example. I have not personally, and I don't think any of the other counsel have, but we should probably take a short break and we can discuss that, reviewed significant portions of the electronic discovery. And when I say electronic discovery, I mean images of device downloads, as well as, sort of cloud-based information produced to the state pursuant to subpoenas for chats, postings, gaming communications. I mean, the primary platform is Discord with a capital D. It's a thing.
Sure.
Right? So I think I'm just repeating myself, and maybe that's because obviously I would want to speak with my
Sure.
co-counsel
No,
and not speak for them.
And I respect that. I understand that you're being cautious and you don't want to present something that someone may or may not have reviewed. So I respect that, and you'll be given time to do that. But that's an important factor for the court to determine.
Totally understand. I mean, we've been trying to focus on the very specific items of discovery that we don't have, which relate directly to evidence that the state wants to present at the prelim. And the court is asking, I think, very helpfully, a broader question. And the court is not challenging, the court is not really confronting us on the question of diligence, so I'm not even going to go there. But obviously, there's been a lot of pretrial litigation on a lot of different issues. And as the court knows from our filing yesterday, there's more coming.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. And the court's intent is, I just want to make sure that when we move forward, we can move forward properly and uphold the constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and all parties to ensure that what we do is proper and appropriate, because quite honestly, I don't want to do it again. And so, I recognize, and I can do so, that both sides have been very diligent and have worked extremely hard. Obviously, I'm not in your offices, I don't know your communications, but it is evident to me that both sides have. And so the purpose of that question is, that's just a checkbox I need to know to move to that stage, and only your team has that answer. And again, and I recognize the amount of discovery that's been, is out there, and so it is no way to impugn defense at all, saying, well, you're not doing your job, you're not working hard, not at all. I just want to know that answer, and so that's the sole purpose.
And I didn't feel that the court was making those assertions. And I want to say, we hear that the court doesn't want to do it again. Mr. Robinson and his family don't want to do it again. Counsel don't want to do it again. We know that the state doesn't want to do it again. And we also don't want Mrs. Kirk and her family to have to go through it again, because that's actually, in my opinion, the greatest harm to surviving victims in a case like this is the long run when cases don't proceed as the Constitution requires.
And so going to that point that you just asked, so how do you propose the court balance your request for a potentially large, a long delay against the constitutional rights of the victim representative, Ms. Kirk, in her right to a speedy disposition of the case? For example, I noted in your motion, you stated that your DNA expert needs, I believe it was 6 months.
That was her estimate.
And so how do we balance that? And I appreciate your statement, but going to your statement as it relates to Ms. Kirk's right to a speedy disposition of a party outside, right? Not counsel from either side, but it seems like we're going to be held to the timeline of somebody outside who's an expert who's saying 6 months. And that concerns the court about that is a potential hangup of, well, we can't move forward until we comport with their timeline, and that's concerning. So how do we reconcile that?
Well, first of all, if the expert needs 6 months, the data files were available in September, which was 6 months ago. And so I actually think, while I will answer the court's question, another important question is, why haven't the FBI and the ATF provided data files that they utilized 6 months ago? And Your Honor can't answer that question. Data that their law enforcement partners have and have had for 6 months, we can't be constitutionally effective. And, you know, and again, I keep talking about Mr. McBride because I appreciate his advocacy, but if the state didn't want to have to deal with Article 1, Section 12, the concept of appropriate discovery, this court's need to apply constitutional standards of reliability, Mr. Gray could have presented this case to a grand jury. And instead, what Mr. Gray did was he filed an information with probable cause that relies on multiple assertions of DNA results. We should have had that discovery under a different rule immediately. If he knew, if he had reports that are based on these data files, when he filed his information and probable cause, those data files existed. Those data files must have existed on September 15th or whatever the date of the information was. And here we are past April 15th. So I will confer with my colleagues on the court's question. We will obviously answer it because it's an important question. If the court has other questions for me,
I do. And
I'm
so
prepared.
going to the state's argument that there's these 4 prongs that can be pursued in regards to the categories of evidence, and that the standard is clearly articulated in State v. Virgin, and so my question for you is, if the state's presenting evidence that can meet the standard in any of the 4 prongs, is it necessary that all the discovery for all the prongs be turned over in order for the defense to be ready to proceed at the prelim?
I'm not going to speculate about how the state's presentation at a preliminary hearing would go as to prongs 1, 2, and 3, nor could I concede that without seeing the way the witnesses testify and which reports are actually received into evidence that they establish probable cause. It's the state that wants to present DNA evidence through summary reports, not through the witnesses who wrote the reports, not through their own state lab analysts. So it's not for me to comment on categories 1, 2, and 3. I understand what Mr. McBride is representing, but I can't comment on what this court will think of that evidence. But it's the state's decision to present 3 different DNA reports, at least at the current time, according to the memo that they gave us earlier this month. And it's their federal law enforcement partners who have not complied with that reasonableness test. And that's got to be imputed to the prosecution because we don't have it. Nobody's accusing anybody seated at counsel table or over there of stalling out anything. And I think the court deserves to know why the FBI and the ATF haven't turned over these data files.
Well, I mean, I understand, but that doesn't get us to where we are today. The why doesn't help us right now.
Well, the why might tell us when. I mean, Your Honor is absolutely right. The better question is when. And then when we get them and our experts look at them, maybe there is a refined assessment about how long that takes.
So my final, I'm sorry.
No.
My final question is I'm trying to avoid a slippery slope of, wait, we need one more thing, we need one more thing, we need one more thing. Are you saying, my understanding is, and I have, I understand to a small degree, given my experience about what you're requesting. You're requesting the lab notes, like all the underlying data that was put in to generate the DNA reports and the findings. Is that my understanding? What you're requesting is that is still outstanding?
What is actually outstanding is, yes, but most importantly, the data, the electronic quantification, digitization of physical evidence taken from our client and certain objects that leads these forensic examiners to conclude that there are matches. Mr. McBride says, oh, there's 2 different things, and so they're both right because they each independently reach the same conclusion, but they're testing different objects in different labs with different protocols. We don't even have those data. And yes, with respect to, the court may be asking me a question that is better addressed by Mr. Burt because he's the one who specifically crafted the discovery request. And I know that Mr. Burt has reviewed more of the DNA forensic discovery than I have, but I can tell the court that without those data files, we can't even start to analyze, to understand, to appreciate the conclusions, the statistical analyses, the results of those tests. So yeah, the bench notes and the protocols that were followed, yeah, that's all important, but we don't even have the data files. And there's no reason that I am aware of that has been provided why the ATF and the FBI, first of all, the ATF, why they provided it in the last 3 weeks, and why the FBI still hasn't. And so I don't think it's going to be a dribble of this and that and this and that. It should have all been produced some of it 6 months ago, because we have DNA reports from September of 2025 that Mr. Gray relied upon for his information.
I guess what I'm trying to do is I want a bright line of saying, this is exactly what we're requesting, and it's the court's decision if that's necessary or needed to proceed with a preliminary hearing. I just want it to be so clear that we know, okay, it is, hypothetical, we need a blue pen that is BIC or whatever, that is so definitive there is no question, because what I'm trying to avoid is, well, okay, they provided this, but it's not exactly it. They provided this, is not exactly it. And I respect your position, I understand it. I just want to make sure there's no ambiguity. And that's why I'm trying to distill this to its finest point, so I know exactly what you're asking. Because when you say data files can be anything. I want it to be clear as day, so nobody can say, well, I didn't realize it was that. And you're saying the FBI hasn't turned over the data files. That is a very broad statement. And so I want to make sure we distill it to, it is this exactly. So the prosecution can say, okay, well, if we need to communicate with our their federal partners, then they can, and they can say this is what we needed. But if it's just a broad, we're missing data files, that's difficult for the court to weigh whether it is actually necessary in order for the preliminary hearing to proceed.
So I think then what the court is maybe requesting or maybe suggesting is that there's going to be a continuum from what data we need in order to be constitutionally effective at this prelim versus the continuum from that all the way over to what is more in the nature of expert notice, 702 Daubert issues before a trial. And as long as the state's position is none of what you're requesting, not even the digitization of the DNA taken from Mr. Robinson and the DNA lifted from these objects, if the state's position is that that's just Daubert discovery, then we can have the conversation with the court, and we can give the court our view of where the line is between what is data that should be reasonably available to us now versus what is Daubert. But Mr. McBride's position is we don't even need the digitization of the DNA swabs in order for this preliminary hearing to go forward. So if the court, I'm not trying to obviously put words in the court's mouth, but if the court's saying, I'm not going to go that far, but I need to draw a line somewhere, then we can take our discovery letter, which we gave Mr. McBride, and we can tell the court, these are the things that we think we need in order to be able to go forward in the preliminary hearing, and we acknowledge that these other things are more akin to expert notice, Daubert, and Rule 702 issues. We can do that, and it wouldn't take long, but and I think it's an appropriate way for the court to say, I'm not able to guarantee Mr. Robinson effective assistance of counsel at a preliminary hearing until the defense has these pieces, and the others can wait. So I understand the court's question, but it does require looking at a 3 or 4 page discovery letter and drawing a line somewhere, or maybe it's yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, or you know what I'm saying.
No, but to be quite blunt, that was the hope of the court for today. You're asking for the continuous because some discovery hasn't been provided, but I want to know what that is in order for the court to weigh that.
Well, we will do that today. We'll do it the moment the court wants to take a break. We can do that,
Okay.
and we can tell the court, these are the things that we think that all the different authorities that I've cited require now versus the things that Mr. McBride is saying are expert discovery. And then the court will make its determination of which bucket each of those items goes in.
Sure, I appreciate that.
I think that's fantastic.
All right, thank you, Mr. Novak. I think I've asked plenty of questions. I want to afford the other side the opportunity.
Always open to questions, Rob.
To have that same experience. All right. All right, turning to the state. to the prosecutor under Rule 16A2 with the broader definition of the prosecution team? Does the state have an affirmative obligation to compel its federal partners to produce the underlying forensic data for this hearing?
I don't think for this hearing. I think the state does have an obligation, absolutely. I think that obligation, the case law is very clear, that obligation certainly applies by trial, right? We've seen numerous cases reversed because the prosecutor has not gone out and gotten material that's in the possession of a law enforcement officer. Some of that stuff, the prosecution probably couldn't have gotten anyway because it was hidden by police officers, right? But yeah, certainly by trial, the defense is entitled to all this material. I can't say all of it because there's probably going to be some objections to some of the material they've requested, like the source code for some of the proprietary software developed in this case or used in this case. But they're entitled to most of that stuff, and we're going to provide it. And that, because that's the basis of 702 hearings and also admissibility under 702 and weight questions at trial. But at the preliminary hearing stage, no. The state does not have the same obligations, the same discovery obligations that apply at trial. Now, that doesn't mean the state can put its head in the sand either. What I think is important under Rule 16 is what is reasonably available to the prosecutor. And that's what we're doing here. The point of my April 3rd filing was to say, Judge, look at our over 20,000 documents or files that we provided to the defense. You can see in there, and we asserted at that time we'd provided approximately 100% of the materials that we have, right? And you can see that we're not burying our head in the sand and saying, don't give us anything else, guys. We don't want to know. No, we're saying, give us everything. And as soon as stuff comes over, we send it out. And you can see in there the dates that we receive materials and the dates that we push them out. And we're talking within a week, generally speaking. Sometimes within days, no longer than probably 2 weeks. We're pushing everything out that we get. And so what is reasonably available to the prosecutor, what does the prosecutor have in his possession, those are the materials that we've provided, and we've satisfied Rule 16. What we can't do is bury our head in the sand and say, don't give us anything else. And that has not been what's happening here. But neither do the rules require complete expert discovery and discovery of these highly technical data files. And that, your line of inquiry with Mr. Novak just a minute ago raises the importance of this. Yes, the defense, I can't tell you the first date that we had a conversation, an oral conversation, where they said, hey, we need the data files. And I remember a conversation we had, I can't remember, Mr. Bird, if it was with you or Mr. Novak, and I said, well, look, assume I'm an idiot. I don't understand what data files are. Tell me exactly what you need. And they say, well, we need the software files that can be used in the software program so our experts can run it. Okay, put that in writing so I understand and don't misrepresent what you want. And so when did they put it in writing? March 25th. So once I got it in writing, that's when we started looking through. I looked through my file and analyzed, do we have this stuff? Have we provided it? Help me understand what's going on. And after I did my analysis, I sent it off to the labs and said, hey, I've done my analysis of what I think we've provided here. Will you guys look at this and see what you think you've provided? And then tell me if you haven't, get it to me. If you're not going to, tell me why. And we had that communication. We had a communication about that this week with both ATF and FBI. And I think a lot of this material they've requested, we have provided it. Some of this material was provided clear back in October, most of it. A 380-page digital case file from the FBI, disclosed October 24th, debate stamp 79, CVs of 3 of the analysts from the FBI. There's case notes were provided October 24th, that's Bates 122, and Bates 845 to 848. 73 files of policies and protocols, validation, testing procedures, analysis, proficiency procedures, provided October 24th and 12 on December 9th. Now, the ATF lab, they were continuing to do investigations, not investigations, but expert scientific work on this case until the end of February. They chose to wait until they finished to compile all of their case files and to get them to us. We're talking thousands of documents. You don't snap your fingers and have them all together. It takes time to put them together. Once they got them together, they sent them to the SBI for processing, make sure that the detectives and investigators are aware of the materials, and they provide them to us. We bait stamp them and send them out, and those are the materials we received this week. Okay, so there's been no delay here, and we've done what's required under the rule. But I think the important point is to go back to the purpose of the preliminary hearing, because what you're talking about here is, have we completed full expert notice? I mean, I know Mr. Novak says, well, that's not what we request. Well, that's what we understand, and that's what the pleadings seem to request. And this material, these data files, those are materials covered under full expert notice, under 77-17-13, not under Rule 16, and certainly not under, there's no mention of when this material has to be provided elsewhere. So I just don't see how this is necessary for the limited purpose of the preliminary hearing, particularly in light of all the other three categories of evidence here. I think this is why, and Mr. Novak couldn't talk about whether or not this discovery material of expert material would affect the probable cause determination. This is why the Lopez analysis is so important, is because you can hear the evidence, you can listen to it, and you can say, you know, there's the confessions, there's the circumstantial evidence, there's the video evidence, and then there's the DNA evidence. I don't even need to consider the DNA evidence, and there's probable cause here. And that's the state's position, is that there's probable cause regardless, and there's no showing the defense can make that would say it's going to undermine probable cause here. That whatever their experts say, best case scenario for the defense is they get an expert that says both labs messed up. It doesn't affect probable cause because you weigh the evidence in the light most favorable to the state with relation to the DNA evidence, and there's all this other evidence anyway, a confession. That's clearly probable cause. So I would ask the court to hold off, deny the motion for now, hear the preliminary hearing evidence, and then let the defense make their showing. And if they can make a showing that undermines probable cause, fine, give them their continuance. And at the same time, have them tell us exactly what data files they're talking about here, because that's exactly what I asked for, and they gave it to me on March 24th, less than a month ago. So that's the process I think you should follow. And, you know, I know the other thing the defense has said is, well, look, the state doesn't have to use this evidence. They're right, we don't have to use the evidence, but we're not going to not use it where the rules allow it. We're not going to back down because of an argument that's meritless in our view. We're entitled to use it, we're going to use it. If the court decides not to rely on it, that's fine. You know, so that's my position on that, Your Honor.
Final question, and I appreciate both sides in their presentations. Is there a reason that you recognize that the defense would be entitled to a continuance?
Well, I think there's two components to that in my mind. First is, you know, in a lot of cases, we will stipulate to a continuance, you know, out of professionalism, preparation. You know, there's a lot of things that we stipulate to continuances on. But generally, we're talking a 2-week, you know, maybe a month continuance. Here, this is a significant continuance that we think violates the victim's right to a speedy trial and affects our ability to get justice in the case. But the second component is why, yes, we would absolutely stipulate to a continuance under some circumstances. This case, it's hard to say because there's these 4 different categories of evidence that I've told you about. And the failure of any one doesn't mean the rest fail, right? Each one of these categories of evidence really establishes probable cause on their own. So it's hard to say why we would agree to a continuance in this case. You know, I mean, I'm thinking of a recent case I had where defense counsel's father died right before trial. I stipulated the continuance, okay? Something like that happens, of course, we're going to extend that professional courtesy to the defense. You know, as it relates to preparation, I don't think the defense needs to, and this kind of goes to your question to defense counsel, hey, are you going to render effective assistance? And I'm thinking, you know, if I were in your shoes and they say they need more time to be prepared, yeah, that's a legitimate concern. And would I agree to a continuance for them to be prepared under certain conditions? Absolutely. You know, for example, let's say they hadn't reviewed the 35 exhibits we're going to present, right? We've narrowed it down, you know, given greater notice than is required by the expert notice statute, in fact. You know, more than a month's notice of all the exhibits and witnesses we're going to call. There's 6 witnesses we're going to call. There's about 35 exhibits we're going to provide. Most of those exhibits were provided to them clear back in 2025. The last one I think was provided maybe, I've got it on a list here, but I know you have it in that letter I sent Mr. Novak, that the last one was provided there's a tool marks report that was provided March 12th. Okay, so under these circumstances, no, they can review these 35 exhibits. We've got plenty of time to review them. I'm sure between all of them, they've reviewed all these exhibits. They're the DNA reports, there's photos of the rifle found, photos of the rounds in the rifle, surveillance video of the defendant on the scene, video of the shooting itself from people in the crowd, medical examiner's report, doorbell camera video of the defendant approaching in his car. The defense has all this. They can be prepared on time. So yes, there are circumstances, but I don't see them in this case.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I go back to the request that the court made for a little more clarity? Exhibit F to our motion is Mr. Burt's discovery letter, which Mr. McBride and I have both been speaking about. And Mr. Burt is prepared right now to tell the court which pieces of the discovery letter we view as core discovery that we're entitled to before the state offers any DNA evidence at the prelim, and which pieces of that discovery letter are more in the nature of expert notice under Daubert. So if the court wants to hear from Mr. Burt right now, we don't have to delay that, but I want the court to understand that Exhibit F is probably the template for that.
All right, and I'm happy to hear from Mr. Burt. Is more time needed, Mr. Novak, to confer on to my first question about the discovery that's been reviewed?
Yes, I think that would have to happen during a short break.
Would a 15-minute break help accomplish that?
Very much so, and I'm sure others would appreciate it.
All right, well, let's turn to Mr. Burt, and then the court will take a 15-minute break, recess. Mr. Burt.
So, Judge, to simplify a pretty complicated issue, this DNA testing, it's a black box technology. That technician processes a sample, puts it into a genetic analyzer, and what he gets is electropherogram, these little squiggly lines. I'm sure the court's familiar with that. But the machine that they put the sample into generates internal electronic files. And when the FBI or the ATF analyzes the samples, they can adjust the parameters to decide how low of a level do they want to look at the sample. And they have set standards. If it falls below a certain level, they don't want to look at it. That's just the way they do it. And in this case, what you have on all the samples, they're what are called complex mixtures, up to 5 people in each of the samples. So when they have that kind of a situation, then they use another software program called STR Mix. And they run this program, which also has internal files. And that program supposedly sorts out whether various people can be identified with a sample. So of the information we requested initially, way back on September 16th, we requested all electronic files. And in dealing with the FBI and the ATF for many years, when you make a discovery for electronic files, they know, Mr. McBride might not know, but the FBI and the ATF knows that what you're talking about when you're asking for electronic files is the machine output that can be used by another expert to reconfigure where the DNA readings are taking place. And they can only do that when they have the underlying electronic data from the genetic analyzer. So the FBI was given our initial discovery request, and I don't know, I've done probably 100 cases with either the FBI or the ATF, and when you ask for electronic discovery, you get 2 things. You get the case file, and that contains all the underlying notes of the analyst who is processing the scene. You get the electropherograms, which are the little squiggly things, and you typically get a disk with the electronic files on them. Those files cannot be read by lawyers It requires software that lawyers typically can't afford, $10,000, $20,000 for the software packages, but they can be analyzed by the experts, and that's the information that we're asking for here. And so it's not correct that we didn't ask for this stuff in the beginning. We did. We did have a subsequent discussion where Mr. McBride said, I'm unclear on what electronic files mean. And so I did provide in a letter specifying exactly by file extension names exactly what that meant. And in the discovery letter we sent to him, to answer the court's question of what's essential here, item number 6, data files, please provide copies of all computer data files created in the course of performing the testing. And then it specifies both raw data and processed data. These files should include all sample files, FSA and or HID files, matrix files, standard files. Any DNA expert would look at that and know exactly what we're asking for. And again, it's standard. It's all it is pressing a button. They can put that on a disk and give it to you within the day. But for some reason, it wasn't provided. And so that's item 6. That's essential information. And the second essential piece of information in this discovery letter is item 9, the STR mixed data. And under that category, we've listed 6 elements of the electronic data related to the XTR mix. The rest of the discovery requests are broader. Because I haven't looked at what their files say.
So, and I appreciate that, but my question is, have you received the lab notes? I understand, it sounds like in order to simplify it, there's some internal settings for these machines, calibrations and such.
Right.
That is separate than lab notes. Where
Right.
Now, I just want to make sure I'm on understanding. Have you received the lab notes for the DNA that the state is intending to move forward on as they've given you notice? Have you received that data?
We've received the case file, the lab notes, I'll call them, from the FBI, not the ATF. So we're missing the ATF lab notes. We do have the FBI lab notes, but those lab notes will tell you how the sample was processed up to the point when it was put into the machine. It will not tell you anything about whether the machine reliably spit out the number of contributors in the sample or how they sorted out, how they're matching one of the 5 or 6 people in each sample to Mr. Robinson. That's where we're lacking the information. So I can, and I have reviewed the lab note files that tells me how they process the sample. But the critical issue here is, can they reliably sort this out given the complex mixture that they're dealing with? And so that question cannot be answered based on the information that we have and we reviewed.
Thank you, Mr. Root. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
It provides a lot of clarity. All right, let's go ahead, and we're at the 12 o'clock hour. Let's break for 15 minutes, come back at 12:15 to confer with defense in regards to discovery, and then we're going to transition to talking about the media in the courtroom. As indicated, it's not the court's intent to issue a ruling about continuing the preliminary hearing. I want to weigh the evidence, the oral argument, the information today, but I am also cognizant of the timelines, and so that ruling will not be delayed because both parties require that, as they should. With that, the court is now in recess.
All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News
Good afternoon, Chairman,
streaming
Vice
on
Chairman,
Fox
members of the
Local.
Commission. As you said, I'm Tim Fitzgerald, Chief of Staff of FDLE. FDLE is seeking authority or approval for $8,128,114 in budget authority from the Federal Grants Trust Fund and an additional $8,128,114 from the Operating Trust Fund, totaling $16,256,288 in budget authority. Both trust funds are allocated within the Investigative Service Budget entity. FDLE will use these funds to purchase equipment for the detection, identification, monitoring, tracking, and mitigation of unmanned aircraft systems. This counter-UAS equipment will strengthen FDLE's capacity to secure the airspace in order to protect the public and critical infrastructure from unlawful or malicious UAS activities. These purchases will be initially funded through the Operating Trust Fund, as a Federal Grants Trust Fund carries a zero cash balance. As the purchase claims are reimbursed, the expenditures will be transferred to the Federal Grants Trust Fund, thereby restoring the corresponding cash balance to the Operating Trust Fund. Thank you for your continued support of Commissioner Glass, the dedicated women and men of FDLE. This is the budget amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for protecting us as always. Is this for the purchase of new drones? Is that what most of the money will go to?
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. No, this is for purchase of equipment to detect and mitigate the threat of drones.
Okay.
Additional, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I
You're
do have
recognized.
follow-ups. It's equipment to mitigate and detect drones. What specifically qualifies in that category?
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, ma'am. That would be to have equipment that is going to detect RF signals, to detect drones, unlawful drones flying into areas that FDLE has been requested to try to protect. So it's radar, it's sensors, it's RF sensors in order to detect drones coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Is there public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection to the amendment? Without objection, show this amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you,
Have an
Mr.
enjoyable
Fitzgerald.
weekend.
For the Department of Juvenile Justice, we'll hear from Heather DiGiacomo, Chief of Staff. I'm sorry, I butchered that. My bad. We'll take up Amendment EOGB 2026-0422. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission members. The Department appreciates the opportunity for our requested amendments to be considered. 0422 is related to the Florida Scholars Academy, which was established in 2023 within the Department of Juvenile Justice to provide educational opportunities to students in the department's residential commitment programs. During fiscal year 25-26, the department was awarded additional grant funding to support expanded programming and student services. To fully utilize this grant funding, the department is requesting approval for an additional $1.6 million in federal grants trust fund authority within the moderate risk budget entity of the Residential Corrections Program. This is the amendment.
Are there questions on this amendment? Any public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection to the adoption of this amendment? Without objection, this amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we'll take up Amendment EOGB 2026-0531. Ms. DiGiacomo, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Department of Juvenile Justice is a subrecipient of the Social Services Block Grant, which is provided to the department through an interagency agreement with the Department of Children and Families. The funding supports the mission of the department by aiding in the delivery of services to the youth in its care. DJJ is requesting approval for the realignment of SSBG Trust Fund Authority within the Probation and Community Corrections Program and the Residential Corrections Programs to fully expend the grant funds on services that adequately support the objectives and goals of the grant as outlined in the department's intended use plan. This is the amendment.
Are there questions? Senator Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year, the Auditor General found that DJJ did not always expend the SSBG funds on allowable activities. So corrective action was completed. Can you confirm that that has taken place?
Yes, ma'am, that has taken place.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Any public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection to the amendment? Without objection, show this amendment is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll take up under Division of Emergency Management. We'll hear from Director Kevin Guthrie, who's going to present Amendment EOGB 2026-0643. Good afternoon, sir, and you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members. Florida was allocated nearly $74 million through FEMA to support security operations for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The budget amendment for authority is solely for the purpose of passing through to the host committee task force, which is Miami-Dade, who decides how to use this money. That is the amendment, sir.
Questions on the amendment? Is there public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection? Without objection, show this amendment is adopted. Next, we'll take up Amendment EOGB 2026-0644. You're recognized, sir.
Florida Division of Emergency Management was allocated an additional $15.5 million through the Federal Counter UAS program, Aerial Systems Program, to address emerging drone-related threats. This request is also for authority fully for federal funds and is allocated once again to the Miami Host Committee for FIFA 2026. That is the amendment, sir.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be on both of your presentations. Can you clarify if local governments can apply and receive reimbursements from both the FIFA World Cup grant and the CUAS program?
Director.
The host committee for the city of Miami is 100% in control of all of this money.
Follow up.
You're recognized.
Will this be used for drone defense equipment and training purposes?
You're recognized, sir.
If the Miami Host Committee allows that, then they may do that. But your state government has zero input into this particular grant.
Follow up, you're recognized.
So will there be any methods to evaluate the effectiveness of the technologies and the public safety efforts that are being made through these grants?
Director.
I can certainly ask the Miami Host Committee to do something like that, but again, we have no teeth to actually require said request because of the fact that this is a federal, straight to local host city grant.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection? Without objection, show this amendment is adopted. Thank you, Director Guthrie. Under Department of Commerce, we have Tisha Womack, Chief Financial Officer, here to present Amendment EOGB 2026-0472. Good afternoon. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department requests an additional 100.
Speak as close to that as you can so those on remote can hear you.
Okay. The department requests an additional $148,407,898 of budget authority in the Federal Grants Trust Fund to provide funding for continued disaster relief and long-term recovery efforts of Floridians under the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. This program is used for housing, infrastructure, economic development, and mitigation needs after other assistance, including federal aid and private insurance, has been exhausted. That is the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions on this amendment? Senator Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So where is the money actually going? So of the roughly $249 million you expect to spend before the end of this fiscal year, how much is actually going to repair homes and how much is going to contractors, program managers, and administrative overhead?
We have that breakdown, and I'd be happy to share that with you after.
Okay.
Follow up, you're recognized.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what I've seen, infrastructure is getting nearly 3 times what housing is getting. Could you explain why more money is going to infrastructure than actually helping housing, which seems to be the overwhelming unmet need?
Our team also has that. We can provide that as well.
Follow up, Mr.
You're
Chair.
recognized.
And what is the state doing for renters?
We can follow back up with that issue.
Okay. All right.
Additional questions?
Mr. Chairman, could you ask her to repeat her answers closer to the microphone so that the rest of us online could hear them?
I thank you, Senator Hale. I think all 3 of her questions were responded. We'll get the info to the committee.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Is there any additional questions? For public testimony. Is there debate? In debate, Senator Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do feel like these questions that I asked are very important, and I would like to know, I hope we do get the information. We know that homeowners are the ones who are facing the crisis, and renters and I'd like to make sure, and small businesses, so I'd like to make sure that a lot of this money goes to the proper places because we do have an affordability crisis here, and I would prefer to see that it not go to administrative overhead. So hopefully when we get that information, we will see that it is being handled to address the affordability crisis in our homeowners and our renters here in the state. Thank you.
Ms. Womack is nodding her head in the affirmative. Is there objection to the amendment? Without objection, show the amendment is adopted. Thank you for being here. Our last item is Department of State. We have Fred Heery, Director of Administrative Services, who's going to present Amendment EOGB 2026-0459. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of State Division of Arts and Culture requests a total of $408,377 in additional budget authority in the Division of Arts and Culture's Federal Grants Trust Fund to expend the increase in federal funds awarded in order to meet all program obligations. That is the amendment.
Are there questions? Is there public testimony? Is there debate? Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing or hearing none, show the amendment is adopted. You had the easy one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other business to come before the commission? Hearing none. Representative Tamp moves we adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Testing, that works. Thank you. Court is now back in session. I wanted to give it a little bit extra time to ensure defense had that adequate time to have that discussion. What we're going to do is I'll hear from defense about that issue, and then we're going to take another brief recess. We have a technology issue that we want to address that will assist when presentation of the evidence for both sides for the next portion, and I want to make sure that's seamless. All right, Ms. Visser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our intention is for each attorney to briefly discuss where they are at as far as rendering effective assistance of counsel at the anticipated preliminary hearing dates. I just want to note a few things. For my part, I have been doing my very best to keep up with all of the discovery productions. I certainly have not read everything. But I think it's important to note that we are just starting to find what we're missing. Although the state has indicated there are 35 exhibits for the preliminary hearing, as this court is well aware, we'll have law enforcement witnesses that also testify to hearsay from other law enforcement witnesses, which means we need to read all the law enforcement reports, right? We need to review all of the interviews that are likely to come up in that testimony. So we are in the process of determining what reports we're still missing, and there are some still missing, and what interviews we are still missing. And we are still missing interviews. And we haven't sent an updated list to the state as of today because we don't want to piecemeal it. We don't want to just ask for one thing at a time because we know it's a process to go to the law enforcement partners, get it to SBI, SBI get it to the state. But we are creating a list. And the discovery in this case, the only way I can really describe it is that it is like a living, breathing organism, right? Every time something comes in, we have to check our list, see if it's something that we've been waiting for, something that we've anticipated or requested. So if the court is asking me personally if I feel like I'm ready to render effective assistance of counsel in May at a preliminary hearing, the answer is no. Both because there is not enough time to determine everything that we are missing and get that requested and review it in sufficient time to render effective assistance of counsel, and just the sheer magnitude of what we're dealing with. We're dealing with dozens of law enforcement agencies, hundreds of reports. We are going through it as quickly as possible, but of course, the most important thing to us is rendering effective assistance of counsel. So if the court is asking my opinion of me right now, the answer is no.
So, Ms. Pfister, I appreciate that. When will you be ready? With what you have right now?
With what we have right now? So this is one of those things where you're ready when you have to be ready, right? Based off of my calendar and what I believe I need personally, well, we need the DNA. So
Well, let's focus only on what you have, what's before you now.
I would say I need at least 4 months to finish processing what I have, based off of my calendar, my trial calendar.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor on behalf of Mr. Robinson. I don't know if you recall, it's been a long time, but when we were first setting this prelim, I mentioned to the court that for the months of February and March, I would not be available. I was involved in a murder trial in Summit County. And so for the entire months of February and March, I was not able to work on this case. The trial ended, I think, March 17th or 18th. Then I got sick for like 10 days. So I have not been able to turn back to Mr. Robinson's case until the beginning of this month. In the time that I was in trial, we've had 7 disclosures from the state. Many of those disclosures involved thousands and thousands of pages. One of the biggest disclosures we got was on March 5th while I was in trial, and it consisted of the entire FBI file, which was massive. That's what I've been focusing on the last 2 weeks, reading it as fast as my eyes can read it. because a lot of the reports, I think, that are going to come out through the SBI originated through interviews with the FBI. So I've been trying to get my head around that file. And that's just one portion of one of the 7 disclosures, and there were thousands of pages. And I think I've made it through the FBI file now, but I haven't even touched any of the rest of it. And as lead counsel, I do expect to have at least a portion of the witnesses at the prelim. I share Ms. Visser's concern about, even though there's only 35 exhibits they're going to introduce, that doesn't limit the testimony that's coming in. And I feel like if I'm going to do a job, a good job, that I need to be able to be familiar with everything that officer has touched, and really what the SBI has done generally. We went to examine physical evidence this past week, this week. It took us 6 hours. We did finish what the SBI has. However, we still have never seen the gun. The gun is at Quantico. So we've never been able to look at the gun. I actually think that's really important for purposes of the hearing. So I have some concerns about that. I also have not been able to get into my client's phone. The electronics that we have required an expert because they're so massive, we had to all get these huge hard drives shipped to us from our digital expert. I have not looked at my client's phone, and that concerns me, especially because the state's indicated they may call individuals uniquely connected to my client. I'm not going to say who because I don't want to commit you guys if you call them or not. But we've been given the names of some witnesses they may call, and what is on my client's phone I think is going to be really important. So I would share Ms. Visser's request for 4 months. I will tell you, I handle quite a few murder cases in the state. I think my last murder case that we had a prelim, we continued it, I think, 3 times, and there was 2 terabytes. This case has over 200 terabytes. So I think in the scheme of preliminary hearings and timing, this is not unusual or out of the ordinary for a homicide case in the state, especially one this complex. So personally asking for a little more time, setting the DNA completely aside. Even if they get up and say, forget it, we're not going to introduce the DNA, even if you say I'm not going to listen to the DNA, the rest of it is still significant. I also have some concerns that we do have a notice of intent to seek death with an aggravator. So I assume we're going to go forward with that at the prelim. No one's discussed that. If that happens, that does require really careful review of the scene itself, which I don't know that we're there yet, but we're close. I mean, we definitely have looked at so many videos. I think I've memorized the face of everybody in the crowd. But if we're going to go forward and the court has to make a decision, if you're binding over on whether or not it's capital, whether or not there's an aggravator, that's a whole nother section we have to get into. So for all the same reasons, I would ask for 4 months at least. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Burt.
Yes. I've had 2 primary assignments in the case. One is dealing with the media litigation, which has taken substantial amounts of my time. And I'm responsible for putting the hearing on today and working with the experts. And so a lot of my time has been devoted to those kinds of preparation issues. In addition, I've been assigned the task of dealing with all forensic issues at the preliminary hearing. And those efforts so far have involved me sorting the discovery as it comes in, because it's not come in discrete packages. Discovery dump 1 might have some DNA discovery in it, and the next time we get something on DNA is in discovery package number 4. So part of my process has been going through everything as it comes in to sort of sort and get organized the various areas of discovery. And so far we have information coming in on the following areas: autopsy experts, canine deployment, crime scene photographs, DNA, fingerprints, firearms, footwear, laboratory intelligence unit discovery, question documents, state forensics, and trace evidence. So I have set up files for each of those areas. I'm uploading and organizing and reviewing discovery as it comes in each of those areas. We are retaining experts at the point in time when we feel we have enough information so that we're not paying experts to have to duplicate or do discovery review in batches. We're taking on the burden of getting it organized so that we're not spending a lot of expert resources on reviewing discovery. So we have retained the DNA experts, and we're stuck on that issue, as you've already heard. We've retained a firearm expert who is awaiting the case files from the ATF. We just got in the second to the last discovery batch the autopsy photographs that were produced in September. I think we got those just in March of this year. So those are being reviewed and organized so that we can hire a forensic pathologist who will review the autopsy report and prepare us to do whatever cross-examination we need to do on that report. But we have not yet retained that expert. So that's kind of an overview, and happy to answer any questions. I don't feel, given the state of discovery and the complexity of some of these forensic areas, that I'm in a position to render effective assistance. The expert, the DNA expert, estimated 6 months. I think if we got the minimal 2 categories of information that I outlined for the court, that we could expedite that down to approximately 4 months so that they'd be prepared in that time period.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
Mr. Novak.
I've already been told I used too much of the court's time, but I think I can supplement.
No, I appreciate all the efforts of every party, and I know it's important, and so that time is necessary and needed, so I appreciate hearing from you.
I'm not going to represent that I'm responsible for all of the motions and pleadings that have been filed, but I've really devoted my time to writing, and obviously the court has held many substantive hearings on issues so far. Obviously, everything that we write is a collaboration, but I think that the vast majority of the time that I've devoted to this case has been the legal writing and frankly coordinating the mitigation investigation, which I'm not going to talk about beyond saying I speak almost daily with the people involved in our mitigation investigation, reviewing mitigation materials. That's where I'm focused. And obviously, that's not part of the prelim. So if we were shifting to fulsome preparation for the preliminary hearing over, say, the next 30 days, I would have to basically put aside all of the writing that needs to be done and direction of the mitigation investigation, and figure out where, with my colleagues, they need me to fill in so that we are all constitutionally effective when it comes to the preliminary hearing.
And so if, as it relates to what you are maybe assigned to as it relates to the preliminary hearing, how much time would you need?
I think the estimate of my colleagues of 4 months is appropriate. And I also think that what we are all saying is whatever time our DNA experts need once they see the data that Mr. Burt so eloquently explained, to Your Honor, we don't have, that's really going to be the controlling time period. We're not, in other words, we're not going to say, oh, our DNA experts are ready, but counsel are not, because I think that 6-month estimate by our expert, which was provided in a declaration, is going to be the outer limit, but that's going to be from when they actually get the data. And as Mr. Burt said, there may be a refinement of that once they see the data that's available to them. I mean, that was sort of a best assessment based on past experience, not based on what the data in this case presents in terms of the challenges for analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you.
All right, as anything, just turning to the state, any benefit of the record that's needed?
I would just add, I haven't seen everything in the file either. That doesn't stop me from being prepared. This is a massive file. Probably, I don't know, 70, 80% of the file is running down leads that did not lead to any fruitful evidence. And so a lot of what this is categorizing evidence. And the core evidence that's required at the preliminary hearing.
We're having collective Coachella, so if you're loving Coachella and you're seeing everything on social media and you're having FOMO, not to worry. We have our very own Coachella-themed market in Avalon Park this weekend, which is a free market with tons of photo ops, so you can still get those Coachella-esque photos. It's going to be tomorrow from 12 to 5 p.m. with free parking, free entry, over 30 local vendors, and of course, it's not Coachella without live DJ sets. Make sure you get there early enough so you can see all of them. Also, highly recommend, since parking is a little bit tricky in the area, get there a little bit extra early if possible. Parking is very limited while you're there. Wear those walking shoes because you will be outside enjoying that beautiful weather and walking around. And of course, come hungry. They're going to be having great local bites. Of course, they have their staple restaurants there, but they'll also be having food trucks as well. And tomorrow at 12:30, starting up for that performative lineup, it's going to be John Tully. At 1:30, it's Jason Andrew. 2:30, Summer Grace, and 3:30, Elm Court. So these are some great local artists and DJs that you can come out and support. And again, dress for Coachella. They want the Coachella vibes while they're there. This market is ran by Collective Corner Market, which they always have markets going on. So you can always check U Nation for more upcoming markets, but their markets are always so great and so well themed.
Yeah, events like this I feel are like basically made for Instagram with the music and the photos. Yeah, I just know I'll see a lot of that on my feed.
100%.
Salsa Social is back by popular demand at Propagate Social House over in Apopka. So what this is, and it's an event that's happening tomorrow night, Saturday, from 6 p.m. to midnight, and it is exactly what it says, a salsa social. So it's a night of music, movement, and salsa dancing out on their back patio. But it's not just that, it's really just like a celebration of Latin culture. They'll also be having a live DJ set, salsa, bachata, and some Latin local vendors coming out too. So a bunch of different food vendors for the phenomenal food, and complimentary tequila samples just to keep the night going, because why not? This is an outdoor event, so make sure to dress appropriately. It might get a little hot, outside here in Florida, but it's really a social environment, so it's perfect for groups, date night, or if you just want to come and meet new people in a fun salsa dance floor setting. This is going to be the event for you.
And for again with events like these and the dancing and the festivities is like so off a weekend. Some of us definitely want to come here after like a hard week of work.
Just something fun to let loose, whether you want to go to a Coachella themed market, minus Justin Bieber, a little sad about that, but it's fine, no Bieberchella, or salsa dancing and get the rhythm and vibes out. There's truly something for everyone here.
So if you want a slower pace and you want to bring your kids out somewhere where they can get the energy out, you can have a great time, still grab a drink, a bite to eat, and do a bunch of different activities. They are hosting at Amberbrook Farms this weekend and next weekend. That is Saturdays and Sundays only from 10 to 6 p.m. the Red, White, and Blueberry Festival for blueberry season. So of course you're going to be seeing a lot of different things like military truck photo ops. Of course, they're going to be having a happy hour from 2 to 3 p.m. for those adults for half-price alcoholic drinks. They'll be having You Pick Blueberries, sunflowers, and zinnias. Sunflowers are $2 a stem and zinnias are $1 a stem, so pretty budget friendly. That is not included in the price of the ticket, but what is included, they will be having a candy cannon for the kids and foam cannons, free face painting and contest, of course, great live local music, a themed food menu, wine tasting, which we love wine tasting, and some local vendors, some local food trucks will be out there. And if your kids are not afraid of animals and you love animals, they have a farm animal petting zoo, which happens at every single festival they have, and free crafts. They also have a bubble barn, jump pads for the kids, a slide hill, which they say it's for the kids, but as an adult, we have just as much fun going on it. Of course, a great playground, a cow train for those kids again, a sunflower express and duck races, a ball zone, spider webs, cornhole, tug of war. So truly there's something for every single type of family out there, whether you want to sit down and relax or tire your kids out and enjoy those activities. You can also add on, which is not included in your ticket again, are those gel blasters, gemstone mining, and a pumpkin eater. This is going to be a lot of fun. You're not going to want to miss out on this festival while blueberry season is happening.
I tell you, had me at blueberries. I was definitely locked in once I heard that big blueberry guy here, and
They're great.
for sure. And also, I've also been getting into sorry, ice skating recently.
I'm sure it was the U.S. Olympics team that absolutely slayed the ice this year in Milan, and they're also going on tour. So this Saturday, tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Kia Center, you're going to get to see all of your favorite U.S. Olympians live on the ice during the 2026 Stifle Stars on Ice Tour. And when I say all the stars, I mean truly all of the stars. We have Olympic champion Alyssa Liu, who's going to be here, our queen of the ice. We also have the Olympic team gold and ice dance silver medalists, Madison Chalk and Evan Bates, and also Olympic gold medalist, two-time world champion, and that quad god, Ilya Manilin, and so many more artists are going to be coming and being at the Kia Center in Orlando, which is just wild to me, thinking that they all shared the ice last time in Milan, and we get to experience it live right here in our home city. Now, this event is at the Kia Center starting at 7 o'clock. So as always, make sure you get there with plenty of time to enjoy the great local eats at the Kia Center. Make sure you have time for parking because parking downtown can be a little crazy. And again, they have that clear bag policy. So definitely just make sure that you are consolidating your items, bringing only what you need. It is an ice rink in there, so it can get a little cold, especially if you're sitting closer to the ice. So bring a jacket or some layers just in case.
I gotta ask, are either of you guys super good at ice skating as well?
I grew up
No.
ice skating for fun, so I would say I'm decent. I can do a couple little tiny spins, but not like the fast ones like the Olympians do.
Yeah, the blades definitely scared me when I was a kid. I was more of a roller skate guy when I needed to get on the rig. But what
Not ever put me in wheels or on skates. Just that's just a rule of thumb that I will fall and everyone will laugh. So I'm the supportive mom in the stands. This one is a topic that's near and dear to our hearts because in Orlando, we have a lot of celebrities that come and visit our city. Most of the time, though, they usually stay to Disney World. But this week, we had a local celebrity come and visit 3 different local spots in Orlando. Sarah's going to tell you about the very first one, but Joe Jonas came. And if you're not a big Jonas Brother fan, that's okay, because these are just celebrity-worthy spots that are worthy of a visit, locally owned right here in Orlando.
I will say, I'm not surprised one bit at all that out of all the Jonas Brothers, it was Joe Jonas going out in the public in Orlando. If you guys have not seen his social media, he is so funny and so relatable. He honestly does not seem like a celebrity the way that he portrays himself. So he did what every other person would do when they're visiting Orlando and they're not coming here for the theme parks. He hit up Mills and Colonial Drive and stopped at Han Coffee, which is a amazing coffee shop. Every single time I go there, it is completely packed out. It is a fan favorite. They serve Korean coffee with a twist. When you go, definitely get that honey almond croffle. That is a hybrid of a croissant and waffle. It is the most perfect combination. So go hungry. Also, of course, you can't skip out on their SJ iced latte, which is a twist on the Korean latte. It has notes of cinnamon, honey, and vanilla. But if you don't like coffee, don't worry. They have ceremonial grade matcha. Another great drink you can try is that strawberry matcha latte. I'm not a big matcha drinker, and I loved it, and that's saying a lot. Han is an homage to Korean roots. So when you go there, they have amazing, authentic Korean drinks, but they also have the ones with a twist. And if you do love making your coffee at home and you don't want to make that trek out to Han Coffee, they sell their beans online. So you can still support a great local business by making your coffee at home. They're open Monday through Saturday. Sundays they are closed. So go today or tomorrow and grab that coffee. And then if you're thinking about food, Ashley has another spot that he stopped at.
Tori Tori is a bar right on Mills 50. Myself. It is honestly one of the best spots for happy hour, but this place is also Michelin recommended because the food here is also can't miss. Their happy hour, which is what I recommend going, is Sunday through Thursday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. But definitely get here early. This place is always popping and parking is very limited. And they also, this is a pro tip, they are changing their parking rules in the parking lot. So if you're going to start parking there, they are going to start charging you unless you, at Tori Tori, they're going to have a QR code in the restaurant that you can scan and get 4 hours of free parking. So keep that nestled for when you go. And back to happy hour, some of those specials do include $8 cocktails, $5 beer, and $8 wine. You can also get the Japanese Modern Fusion menu. They have a lot of small plates. I definitely recommend trying many options of their yakitori. It's their grilled specialties. They also have a seafood tower if that is your vibe. But my absolute favorite thing on the menu is their Wagyu gyoza. 10 out of 10. That is just that with a little glass of wine is the perfect happy hour and just the perfect Mills 50 experience.
And we have one.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
And we hear that a ceasefire has also been negotiated between Israel, Iran, and the United States, leading to reopening of the strait. This has to be part and parcel of any serious process of negotiation to resolve the crisis in the Middle East. Obviously, it is not the only issue. It's vital for Iran to give up its quest for nuclear weapons, and there are other factors as well. But the main reason that we are here today is that we're all aware of how important this challenge is. And I would like to express my thanks, of course, to President Macron, but also to all the countries that took part in this morning's meeting, because I think this shows that the work we are doing is a shared effort. It's in everyone's interest. Obviously, this calls for diplomatic efforts, security efforts, humanitarian efforts.
All right, we were just listening into global leaders there speaking after the news that the Strait of Hormuz has reopened. Let's go back out to Utah, where that pretrial hearing involving Tyler Robinson is back underway.
We do have an agreement that there'd be no objection to introducing these exhibits. And I believe the state also has a report that they want to put into evidence. We have no objection to that. So I'd like just briefly to review with the court what's in this exhibit binder, so the court has an overview of where we're going and what the evidence involves.
All right, so Mr. Grunander, I noticed you standing.
I was simply going to just indicate that that is an accurate report with respect to the stipulation from the state.
Thank you. I appreciate the parties working together to streamline. That makes it easy for the court. So thank you.
So, Your Honor, in light of the agreement, I would move into evidence the exhibits that are in the binder. Exhibit A, it would be A1 through 12.
All right, and per stipulation, they are admitted into evidence and may be published at your discretion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Second of all, we have put on a hard drive that we're marking as Exhibit B all of the PowerPoints that are going to be displayed for the court, all of the scientific studies that are going to be cited by Dr. Ruva, as well as the underlying videos that are going to be displayed. Some of the videos are, because of the time limitations, have had to be edited so we get to the gist of what we want to show to the court. But the entire video clips are on the hard drive if the court wants to look at it. I've also provided a document of all the transcripts of all the electronic media coverage from September 10th through today. It's about 6,000 pages.
I see.
But just in case the court wants to look at any of the material, the actual full context of some of the clips we're going to show the court, it's there. And in terms of what else, so I'd move that into evidence as well.
So that would be Defense Exhibit B?
Correct.
All right, and
No objection for the purposes of this hearing. And I would just state, Judge, that while these are being received into evidence, the state has no objection for the purposes of this hearing. If we move to another sort of challenge with respect to venue, for example,
I see.
we may have to revisit any sort of stipulation.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. And just for the benefit of both parties, I meant to start with this. So we have a monitor set up here for a court reporter. I just want to make counsel aware that it could be picked up on the camera, the transmission. So if there's something that should not, please make the court aware and we can adjust accordingly. But I just wanted to make aware so our court reporter can look and accurately make note of what's happening in court. So just FYI.
Thank you. And Your Honor, just in terms of what's in front of the court in Exhibit A, tab number 1 is the CV for Dr. Edelman. He will be our first witness, a social psychologist and the person who conducted a survey of the community opinion. He's going to talk about that. The survey he conducted is tab number 2. Tab number 3 is his PowerPoint, which is very lengthy, and there's no way we're going to be able to get through it in the time allotted, so I'm going to do the best I can to summarize it for the court. Tab 4 is Dr. Ruva's declaration, and Dr. Ruva's, Christina Ruva, R-U-V-A's CV. She will be our second, and we're only going to have 2 witnesses. We're originally going to have 3. We've condensed it down to 2.
Okay.
So you have her CV on tab 4. Tab 5 is the report she submitted in support of the motion that we filed back in December. Tab 6 is a supplemental report that she wrote after the state and the media filed their opposition to the motion. Tab 7 is her PowerPoint, again, very lengthy, and because of its length, we're not going to be able to present the entire thing to the court. 8 is a document that is currently under seal. It's a declaration of Amber Robinson, and the court has sealed that. So one of the issues is whether it should remain sealed. And it relates to the issue of the privacy prong of the rule that indicates the court has to take into consideration privacy concerns of witnesses and others. So that is currently private. 9 is the declaration of Matthew Robinson, also private. 10 is a declaration of Ms. Nestor regarding some threats she has received, and that's we're not offering that as private. That's something that the court can consider. 11 is a declaration from a prosecution witness whose name is Samuel New, N-E-W, indicating his objection to being televised and the reasons for it. 12 is a declaration of another prosecution witness, James Rawlinson, indicating the same thing. And, Your Honor, just to let the court know, there are over 3,000 witnesses, so we have not been able to survey any of them except the 2 that we're providing to the court in terms of whether they have privacy concerns. When we get to the argument, I'll be addressing that issue, but I wanted to alert the court that we do have witnesses who are, at least these 2 who so far have stated their opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
So I'm prepared to call Dr. Edelman at this point.
All right, and just before we do, this may not be applicable, but just to be thorough, is either party invoking the exclusionary rule?
Your Honor, we've discussed that, and I think with the agreement with the court that we would not invoke the rule, and the prosecution's expert or witness will be allowed to attend, as well as Dr. Ruva would still listen to Dr. Edelman. I think that would expedite the process.
Thank you.
That's accurate, Judge. Generally, there is an exclusion for expert witnesses. In part, that's the reason for the stipulation. The state's witness is going to be a fact witness, but nonetheless, the defense is not objecting to him being present.
All right, thank you for addressing that. That does streamline things. All right, Mr. Burt, and let me call your
Dr.
witness.
Edelman? Did you get him? Your Honor, there was one other issue I wanted to raise with the court. When the court made its ruling on the 13th, opening this hearing to the public, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the court reserved the issue of whether particular parts of the hearing would need to be closed. And there are certain slides, video presentations, that when we get to those, I will be asking the court to take them in camera, explaining why I think so, and we just, for the record, ask the court for a ruling.
Thank you. I appreciate that heads up.
Sure.
Doctor, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, standing right here to be sworn in. Oh, sure, go ahead. Well, either way.
Actually,
You're just going to stand right here to be sworn in, and then we'll have you come to the stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Now you can sit over there.
All right, if you'd like to get seated, make yourself comfortable. Looks like you brought your own water bottle, but generally we have water bottles. So go ahead and get situated, and then bring that microphone close to you. Sure. We just want to make sure that the audio record picks you up, so.
Okay.
If you could do that, I appreciate it.
I feel so tiny in this chair.
All right, Mr. Bird.
Thank you. Tell us your name and tell the court what you do for a living.
Sure. My name is Brian Edelman, and I am a trial consultant based out of California.
And what is your educational background?
I have a PhD in social psychology and then an LLM in international law.
What does a trial consultant do?
So as a trial consultant, I work more with attorneys and counties and other clients, more of as an advocate, I would say. And I do pretrial research such as focus groups, mock trials. I help with jury selection, so write juror questionnaires, oral voir dire questions, attend jury selections, give recommendations in terms of cause challenges, peremptory challenges, a lot of post-trial interviews after trials are over, so post-verdict interviews. And I also work as an expert, which is different hats. So when I'm doing this type of work, it's more as an objective person, so I'm not advocating for one side or the other. So that's a different role.
What were you asked to do in this case?
Can you speak in I'm sorry.
Sure. What were you asked to do in this case?
So at this point, what I was asked to do was to assess whether or not people in the community are being exposed to media coverage, how closely they're following it, and what their sources are. So not a change of venue survey. A lot of the work I do isn't change of venue. I would not classify this as a change of venue study.
Okay. Now, there's a binder there in front of you. Would you take a look at tab 1, please?
Sure.
Is that your resume?
It is.
And does it set forth all the cases you've worked on, either change of venue or doing community surveys, the kind that you were asked to do in this case?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I'm probably not all of them are in here, but yeah, these are most of them.
All right. Now, did you prepare a PowerPoint
I
for
did.
this case? And is that in tab 3 there in front of you in the binder?
Let's see. Yes.
And I've informed you we have some time restrictions here, right?
Yes.
Do you think you're going to be able to get through this whole?
I'm going to talk really fast. I've had a lot of coffee, so I think it will be good.
Okay, good. So if I could bring that up.
All right.
Okay. So why don't you walk us through what you were asked to, or what you're going to present here in your presentation?
So I'm not going to talk about the social science literature just because Dr. Ruba is going to do that. So, but primarily we'll focus on the extent and nature of the coverage in this case. And this isn't a change of venue study, so it's really focusing on what coverage has come out of these hearings, more of from the video streaming and video cameras in the courtroom. So not looking at an analysis of the prejudicial nature of the coverage per se, like we would in a change of venue survey. And then the second part is the survey that was done to see what impact this has had on the jury pool. Are people following it? What are they seeing? And what impressions they have at this point. So I would consider this like the baseline. This is the floor of where we're at right now, and we'll see what happens moving forward. And then the last section, if we have time, talks about some of the challenges cases like this pose when you're trying to pick a jury in a community like this.
Right, so you said on the first area, the social science literature, that's something Dr. Rubis is going to talk about, but did you have one key point you wanted to make there?
The only thing I want to say about it, because we'll touch on it when we get into the media coverage, is, there's a lot of research on this, and the main takeaway I want to talk about is the types of pretrial publicity that are most prejudicial is emotional pretrial publicity and pretrial publicity around the character of the defendant. So all I'm going to say is because it'll come up later.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead.
Okay.
To the extent of the coverage, and has the coverage impacted the jury pool?
Right, okay. So again, this is just looking at two things. Where are we at today in terms of the extent and nature of some of the coverage, focusing on the question of whether or not having cameras in the courtroom is potentially prejudicial, and if it's creating sensational content, or is it more of a neutral nature that, people watching live streams and things like that? And then what impact has this coverage had so far on the jury pool?
And question 2 is answered by your survey?
By telephone survey, yes.
All right, so let's take a look at the first area, the media coverage.
Okay, so I just wanted to touch on the extent of the coverage. So the data here come from two different sources. The first source is called Newsbank, and that's an archive of newspaper coverage. So when it's looking at the coverage in the state of Utah, there's 831 articles in that Newsbank that are sources that are based in the state. And it's probably a conservative number because it's not exhaustive. There's things that are missed. But I'd rather be conservative than overly inclusive.
Right.
And then Utah County, 697. And I believe it looked at like 15 sources primarily, of 15 newspapers. It also includes Fox KSTU, the local Fox station, and there's 209 news segments that are in that archive. The last section there, that row, is from a Lexis search, which is different. And it captures transcripts. So there's 441 of those that are nationwide, but it is limited. So it doesn't include Fox News. It doesn't include, I think, MSNBC, NBC. So it's not an exhaustive list. It's only certain.
I'm sorry, to include
networks.
CNN, the major
It has
networks.
CNN. I think it has CBS, NBC, or maybe ABC or something like that. But it's missing some of the networks.
And I told the court that on his thumb drive, or on his drive that we provided, was the 441 transcripts,
Okay.
6,000 pages.
Yeah, that's right.
You've seen that?
I have seen that.
Okay. Next, I think you're going to look at the nature of the media coverage, and what was the framework you used to do that?
Yeah, so one thing I wanted to touch on is this is the American Bar Association rule, so 3.6 about pretrial publicity. It's not the rule, whatever the Utah one. This is just the ABA. And the thing that stood out to me initially is when we talk about people who work in, attorneys, people involved in the case, like what they should and shouldn't introduce to the public. And one of those things that are key factors to me are extrajudicial statements that the lawyer knows or reasonably should know. Will be disseminated by means of public communications and have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the adjudicative proceeding in the matter. So anything that's particularly prejudicial in nature, you shouldn't be releasing if you know it's going to lead to bias. Examples when we talk about the defendant, I mentioned defendant character evidence is particularly prejudicial. We have character, credibility, reputation, or criminal record. And then tests and things like confessions, admissions, statements given by a defendant. When we talk about tests, it could be DNA, ballistics, things like that. And then opinions as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. And then anything they know might be admissible. So this is the stuff I look at. Are things crossing that line? Because those things are particularly prejudicial. And I think the ABA, a lot of that is driven by the research that tells us that.
Okay. We're on slide 14. What does this show us?
So the reason I point this out is because a lot of the prejudicial content that's come out so far that you see in the media and keeps being reproduced on social media, in television newscasts, is what was initially released in this press conference. So, you know, it was the, I guess the indictment or arrest affidavit, and there's a lot of prejudicial details that are distributed in there where it's, you know, a very long press conference. We're literally reading text messages from the defendant to his roommate, and they're prejudicial. They imply there's some degree of guilt in there, and it's reading it, the whole thing, which is then disseminated, and it gets reproduced on TV and reproduced again and again and again. It appears in social media posts, reels on YouTube, and a host of other places.
And does that reproduction include when the coverage relates to in-court appearances?
It does. So, you know, we'll get to that, but the information that was here keeps getting reproduced in a sensational way on TV. And not only that, like here, he's reading it, but when you see it in the graphics, it shows text message that implies this is the actual text message on a phone that came from the defendant, and it's not. So it's very prejudicial and misleading.
So you say on your slide, this serves as sort of a megaphone and a distributor of certain information.
Yes, and
is within the categories you set out.
Yes, and when it's being distributed, just to point out, it's not like it's only distributed on conservative media outlets like Fox. It's on CNN, NBC, all of the networks. So it's widely being distributed to all types of viewers.
And in terms of other sources of this megaphone effect, your next, and by the way, you've got the actual video of the press conference.
Yeah, this is a clip of it.
We're not going to play that
Yeah.
because of time limitations, but it's
Right.
there if the court wants to look at it. Are there other sort of megaphone factors here?
Yeah, so this is a unique factor in this case in the sense that people who are very influential, obviously the President of the United States, you know, or former Attorney General, these are people that have a lot of influence and power, perceived credibility, and they're making strong prejudicial inflammatory statements, and I think that's unique. I don't usually see that in cases, and calling for the public execution of the defendant before there's been a trial, you know, things like that are unique in nature.
All right, Your Honor, this is one of the slides I would like the court to see, and it's, as he just indicated, expressing opinions, strong opinions about whether Mr. Robinson should be executed. So the court wants to take it in public, that's fine, but you know, for the record, I'm asking the court not to do that. I do think it's important that the court hear this, just the tone of it and the substance, I think, is very important for the court to consider. Since we are submitting it, the PowerPoint is on the drive. The court could listen to it outside of the public domain, however the court wants to proceed.
So I'll make note of that, and I'm happy to review that in its entirety.
If we're not going to play, just one thing that's unique about it, if we're not playing it, is there's inflammatory language in there that also creates in-group, out-group identification. When I think,
could you explain that?
Yeah, so it's like a lot of people identify with a political side. Unfortunately, I'm a member of the Democratic Party or Republican Party. I'm liberal. I'm conservative. So I think there's some language in that clip where it mentions, I don't remember the exact phrase, but something about like lunatic leftists or something like that are doing this. So it creates this. The out-group is dangerous, they're lunatics, maniacs, or whatever phrase was used, which creates more of danger, the perception that members of that group, that out-group, are dangerous, and there's a danger there. So that's something that comes up later as well.
And how is that kind of information more or less prejudicial?
Well, it creates, again, in-group, out-group identification, and we think members of the out-group are not like us. They tend to, they're all the same. We attribute stereotypes that of how those people behave. They're more likely to impact how we see them. You're less likely to have empathy for members of the out-group when group salience is high. Versus members of our group we see as individuals, more complex, less likely to be impacted by stereotypes, more likely to empathize with them, identify with them, things like that.
All right. Now, did you actually take a look at the court appearances that have so far taken place in this case to see what was discussed so that you could compare what was happening in court with what the electronic media was reporting was happening?
In terms of the comparison of what's happening and what's being produced?
Yes.
Yeah, I did look at that.
So the timeline, could you explain this, what you have up here?
So this is just a timeline of the hearings that have taken place and like high level what they were. So like the initial WebEx appearance, pretty brief, and you would think that's a pretty neutral, not very significant hearing, and you would expect if you're looking at the media, it should be neutral. It shouldn't be highly prejudicial, inflammatory, since very little happened there, right? And the same thing when you have like the waiver hearing, appointment of counsel. There's not a lot of fireworks. It's not the preliminary hearing. No evidence is being laid out or anything like that. So you would expect the media not to be introducing prejudicial content, given the nature of those particular hearings.
If they were serving an educational function.
If they were educational, transparent, a summary of what occurred, these are very procedural, technical things. They're not necessarily sensational in any way.
So did you take a look at the first hearing, the initial WebEx appearance by Mr. Robinson?
Right. So this is a brief, short hearing. Where, I think he appeared on WebEx, right? And then I looked primarily at what did that elicit? What was the reaction to the media? Was it kind of just summarizing this is what happened, or was it more sensational in nature?
Okay. So let's take a look at the clip. And this is from NBC News.
You have been watching that court
on that
hearing
day,
for
correct?
the man suspected of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk last week on a campus in Utah. You saw the suspected assassin, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, there not speak.
I think we got a problem with the audio.
To thank all parties for being here, and this concludes to thank all parties for being here.
Well, I need to. Let me check and see. That's in settings.
Is this source, the volume for the source might allow for amplified volume.
Yeah, right, okay. This one, all right. Let me unplug this and replug it. That's the way it happened last time. Speaker. It's not coming up. By the laptop. Okay, you can do that. Okay. Okay, so is this first slide from, it's not in that? All right, let's try that out.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, let me escape. Slide. Okay.
Did you skip the previous,
Yeah, let me go back.
19? There you go.
There we go. So is this, as you indicate on the slide here, this is ABC's coverage of the September 16th, 2025 WebEx appearance?
Yes.
And in this clip, are you picking up the coverage right after the court says we're in recess?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we were just listening in there to the court case surrounding Tyler Robinson. It's time for us here on Live Now from Fox to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more live coverage for you on the other.